It's cute. It's cute stuff. Welcome on in, everybody, to the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. I hope you're doing well. What a day we have for you today. Wow. How do I find the Chinese rock version? It's in my playlist. I found the Hungarian version. Just put like the United Federation of Planets flag up, Amara Brains would get it. You know what I mean? It's red, guys. It's red and scary. But you know what's really cool? I want to live in Star Trek world. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Have you listened to Low Key's Neoliberalism Kills People? It should be on your playlist if not already. I don't know if I actually heard that. Star Trek is woke DEI government, world government. True. Conservative Star Trek fans are my favorite type of Star Trek fan. Honestly, they're great. They're like, I love Star Trek. Are there conservative Star Trek fans? Of course. They're stupid, but yes, of course they're. They focus on the aesthetics of a military organization, right? Like in the show, it's, you know, you have military ranks, you have a chain of command, you have discipline, and they have a ship, right? Which is how ships operate. And he doesn't, they, you know, so conservatives fixate on that, you know, and there's themes of like, you know, military struggle and sacrifice and esprit de corps and comradeship, things that conservatives isolate from the political context, you know? So that's why there are conservative Star Trek fans, right? And liberal Star Trek fans try to pretend that the world of Star Trek arose from the continuation of liberalism, right? Like, oh, Star Trek is just liberalism perfected. That's like, you know, post-scarcity liberalism, but that doesn't make sense. Like, if you take all the technologies that exist in Star Trek, but you bring them into our economic system, it doesn't create Star Trek world. You could have replicators. It wouldn't create Star Trek world. We would still have ownership of land. We would still have intellectual property. We would still have privatized electrical generation and all sorts of things. Like, you can't get Star Trek world with our legal system. You need communism. You need socialism, a socialist world government, in order to get Star Trek world. Wasn't the first interracial kiss on American TV on Star Trek? Yes. My dad was a conservative Trekkie. That's so funny. I was thinking about the NIH and government research funding cuts and wondering if we're going to experience the kind of brain drain the Nazis faced before World War II. Related events are, oh no, 100% good point. You know, if we had replicators, like, they would be heavily regulated. They would have some sort of like gated OS on them. You know what I'm talking about, right? And if you would have to jailbreak your replicator, they would have like a license fee. There would be DRM. The products would like just spontaneously combust or something, you know, like, no, we could have all the same technologies of Star Trek world, but we would still have the shitty inequality and hate that we have on this world. So for Anganar, yes, of course. Well, did you see Trump refer to himself as king? Yes. All right. Sorry for the very long intro today, chat. I just felt like it. I just felt like taking a really long time to get started. There's really no excuse. I was up early. You know, I just took a long time. You were tweeting at 3 a.m. I went back to bed. I went back to bed after that. Mike stalling the program. Pogo, yeah, totally. I ate dinner and fell asleep on the couch last night. Don't you hate that, chat? Has that ever happened to you? I mean, of course it's happened to you, but you know what I mean? Like, you're just sitting it's dark and quiet. You're sitting there on your couch. I got a new couch, which is really big. It's like really, really, it's this nice blue velvet, large sectional. It's super wide seats. It's very comfy. I just scored Ed a video where the guy goes over the helicopter crash at DC, according to the black box. Oh, yeah. I did see that. Yeah, that was just pilot error. Mike, I must hear your lawyer take on Ethan Klein's litigious threats he made toward H3 Snark during a show yesterday. He sounded so confident and excited, like he's got some secret weapon up his sleeve. my thing is, if it's because people are acting intimidated. My number one thing to tell you is don't be intimidated by Ethan. And if Ethan Klein sues you, we will raise money. Do you know how many people will raise money for people if they actually get sued by Ethan Klein? Like, if Ethan Klein sends you a legal threat, we're going to fundraise for you. You know, there's going to be, I'm sure Bad Empanada will fundraise for you. I will fundraise for you. I'm sure, you know, I don't want to put words in Dedham's mouth or Hassan's mouth, but there's going to be so many people that are going to fundraise for you. Like, and we know what to defend you. It's an anti-slap suit. He's basically trying to intimidate you from speaking publicly. So don't worry. I mean, like, you know, obviously don't commit crimes. Don't, you know, violate privacy. Don't make threats. Don't commit crimes. But, you know, don't harass people. But you're allowed to take his clips and say, hey, here's him, you know, sexually harassing a 17-year-old terrorism victim. That's fine. Here's him, you know, in blackface. Here's him shouting the N-word. Like, you're allowed to, you know, make infinite number of those clips. That's totally legitimate under the First Amendment, under fair use, under critique. That's totally fine. And if he's threatening to sue you over it, what's the grounds of the suit? There's no legitimate grounds to sue you. I read that you were a Republican prior to running for office and your mother was a previous holder of the seat. Is that true or misinfo? I grew up in a conservative family. And I became a left-winger in, basically, if you want to know my life story, 2003 was when I started to become more left-wing, when I was 19. And I can talk about it more if you guys are very curious, but my family was very conservative. Although my mom wasn't a conservative Republican. She was a type of Republican that it used to exist in Pennsylvania, which was a pro-labor Republican. In eastern and southeastern Pennsylvania, prior to the Tea Party, there was a large block of labor Republicans. This is very anachronistic now. Like, it does not exist anymore, but it used to exist. And so I think the last one left office like 5 years ago. So there used to be, it is a thing in the Northeast, labor Republicans, but they're gone now. Like, all liberal Republicans are gone now. The parties didn't used to just be conservative Republican, liberal Democrat. There were liberal Republicans and conservative Democrats. So that's like, it's a history lesson. So a lot of people think of Republican. Now, I still think that her takes were wrong on a lot of things, but pro-labor, pro-gay, pro-abortion right Republican is a little bit different than what you think of as a Republican now. So I think it's a little bit unfair. And now she's a Bernie Sanders supporter. So, like, you know, I've changed her, you know, like, she's abandoned the right completely. She's abandoned the Republican Party completely. And now my parents voted for Bernie Sanders in 2020 and, you know, had a Bernie Sanders sign in their yard, you know, like, so I am very happy to talk about taking conservative family members and making them left wing, you know, and that's not something to be ashamed of. That's something to be proud of. Isn't the governor of Vermont a somewhat liberal Republican? I mean, yes, but not really. I mean, it's pretty fraudulent now. Mike, I'm moving back to PA next week. What would you recommend in terms of getting more involved in the left out there? I mean, congratulations. You just moved to one of the states with some of the most active left-wing communities in the country. There is a strong left wing in Pittsburgh. There's a strong left wing in Philadelphia. There's a strong left wing in the Lehigh Valley. Pennsylvania is probably some of the strongest left wing politicians in the entire country. I don't know where you're living, but how did you turn to pro Modi but has some left wing ideas? I don't have any advice for that. But I've been a left winger for a long time. And what changed me was the Iraq War. That's what it started. I was more libertarian when I was a teenager because that's just, my sister came out to me in high school back in 2001. So that was very, very different time. And I was kind of like a libertarian in the sense of like, oh, people should be able to get abortions, people should be able to be gay. But I had a conservative like military belief system because I grew up in that. I was born on an Air Force base. You know, like I was raised, my dad was a fighter pilot. I was raised in that culture of like national security, hawkish conservatism. And so that's just like part of my background. So, and then you know, 2001 happened, and my dad had retired from the Air Force in the late 90s, and he had changed careers. He had over 20 years in the military, so he retired because he got retirement for life, and he started a second career, and he started flying for United Airlines. And it was a very long road to get that job. He was very proud. And he was flying the 757 and the 767. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but the 9/11 planes that were hijacked, 2 of them were from United Airlines and 2 of them were from American Airlines. And they were 767s. And so my dad had about a 1 in 200 chance of being killed on 9/11. In fact, he was flying a 757 from Detroit to New York that morning of September 11th. And a friend of ours was killed. A captain my dad had flown with 3 weeks ago was killed. I think it was flight 135 or 175. Yeah, it was United Airlines flight 175. And we went to the funeral because it was a friend of ours. It was the captain of flight 175. So we were very, very closely connected to 9/11. And, you know, it was really a painful experience. So that's kind of where my more conservative background comes from, because, you know, we lost friends in 9/11, you know, and I come from a military background. And that's when I accepted a commission into the Air Force myself. And I got a full ride scholarship to the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs because I was a very good academic person. So I followed in my father's footsteps, went to the Air Force. And in my second year at the Air Force Academy, Bush decided to invade Iraq. And I just thought it was wrong. I thought it was a distraction from actually getting revenge on the people that killed our friends and family. I thought that it was illegal. I disagreed with it. And that wasn't... What percentage of people do you think in the military in 2003 thought the Iraq war was wrong? So I resigned in my second year, which, if you know anything about the academies, the first year is the hard year. The first year is where you get tortured. The first year is when you go through, you know, Siri, you go through basic training, you get treated like a pleb. And it was in my second year, after recognition as a sophomore, you could still resign without having a military commitment. So I did. I resigned in 2003. And that was the beginning of my leftward swing. And it was very difficult because a lot of my life had been about, I had been kind of like really into aviation. And so I sacrificed like what I had worked so hard for because I thought it was the right thing to do. And my career was not going to be allowed to be successful if I am opposed to George W. Bush. So I left school and I went and I worked manual labor jobs. I worked at the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I worked as a road construction guy. I worked as a toll collector. I didn't have so I went from full ride to college to working manual labor jobs because of my beliefs. So I want you to understand something. You're never gonna change me. I'm gonna do what's right and what I think is right every single step of the way. At that point, my mom decided to run for office. And she was very positively thought of by the teachers' unions, by the building trades unions. She was kind of a liberal Republican. She ran for office with lots of endorsements of labor. And she was like probably one of the most left-wing Republicans in Pennsylvania. Now, whatever. This is 2006, guys. Like, this is a different time. All right? That's a thing that existed back then. And then when Barack Obama was elected in 2008, the Democrats didn't even challenge her because she was like considered to be one of the good ones. In 2010, there was the Tea Party. You guys remember the Tea Party? And that's what she was challenged by right-wing billionaires. There's a right-wing billionaire in Pennsylvania. And this is where my radicalization against the right really began, because they put in basically a Tea Party like money against her, and she was primaried. She lost her primary because she wouldn't stand against unions. She wouldn't stand against queer people. So I respected that. And I went back to college. I went back to college when she was running, when she was in office. Graduated from Pitt. And then I worked in a law firm after that. And that's when the economic crash happened. I graduated in December of 2008 from college. And that's when the crash happened. So the economy, I stepped out of college, now that I paid for on my own, by the way. My parents never gave me any money. I took all the loans. I paid for everything. And so this is my background, right? So when people attack me for what I've done and what I've accomplished and the changes of my position, I have always done what I thought was right based on what I knew at the time, and I changed my mind over the course of years and as I got more experiences. I'm not a red diaper baby. I didn't become a socialist because I was taught that by some authority figure. I learned it on my own. And so I worked at a law firm. I really liked it. They did securities arbitration. They did a whole bunch of like more left-wing plaintiff stuff. I enjoyed it. I was like, I'm smarter than these fucking lawyers. The economy was shit, so I was like, well, I might as well go to law school. I'm not going to get a good job. I had a kind of like a research job at a law firm, and I was like, fuck this. Like, I'm doing all their work. And so I went to law school, and I don't conform like other people. It's a personality flaw with me, right? Which is, I don't conform just because everybody's doing a thing. I don't just conform to it. I think about it myself. So I was in law school, and I fucking hated lawyers. I was in law school, and I hated the culture of law school. Maybe it was because I had experience as a manual laborer, but I just hated the culture of, I am a mercenary and I'm selling my intellect to the highest bidder. And that you're a good lawyer if you don't know who your client is, and you're just as eager to fight for them if they're a pedophile or they're the World Wildlife Federation. That's the culture of lawyering in America. If you don't know who your client is, and if you walk in the room and they're a fucking rapist pedophile, you're just as excited to fight as ruthlessly for them as you would for, a sick kid with cancer from a chemical dump. And I don't agree with that. I fundamentally do not agree with that kind of mentality, and I don't like it. Period. I did securities arbitration while in law school, which is basically suing brokers and investment advisors for scamming their clients. And, I left law school. I was disillusioned with it. And it was the worst year to graduate law school was 2013, because there were the fewest number of jobs in the legal profession ever. And that's when the Democratic Party approached me and said, hey, we want you to challenge Justin Simmons. This guy sucks. And we think you might be able to win, but they're redistricting the districts. We don't know how bad the redistricting is going to be. Would you challenge him in this fresh district? And if you know anything about 2010, maybe you guys don't know, but in 2010, the Republican Party launched a program called Red Map, which was a national program to gerrymander the state legislatures and congressional districts of the entire country where Republicans had control. Unfortunately, because of the 2010 like electoral wipeout from Obama, the Republicans had a trifecta in Pennsylvania, and they gerrymandered the fuck out of it. And so my district was unwinnable, and no Democrat has won my district since, but I was the first person to run in the new district, so I did it anyway. And when they asked me to run, there were only 6 days left of the petition period, and there was some family stuff I skipped over that isn't really relevant, but we could talk about it if you guys want. I'm just giving you my biography because this is I want you to know, this is me. This is my life. And so I ran for office. They fucked up. The Democratic Party filled out my petitions, and they put in the professions section, which is kind of like an informational thing at the top of the petition. It's like, what is the profession of the candidate? And they put lawyer instead of law student or law graduate. And because they put lawyer, technically that was allowed, because lawyer means somebody who has studied law. Attorney means someone, a member of the bar practicing law, right? They put lawyer. So technically I was right. My profession was lawyer. I just hadn't taken the bar. And so I got my petitions in 6 days. I had a huge amount of volunteers. A bunch of people were really excited for my race. We got like way more petition signatures than we needed. I think we turned in like 2 or 3 times more. The petition signatures were all legit. And there was no question about the petitions being legitimate. However, the Republicans were scared. And so they sued me. And they also sued a Republican who was challenging the governor of, they're on the Republican side. He was a retired attorney, right? So I was a law graduate and he was a retired attorney, and they sued us. And at the trial court level, I won. The judge said he's a lawyer and he didn't lie to anybody. He never told anyone he was a barred attorney. You're allowed to call yourself a lawyer if you completed law school. This is not a violation of anything. He wins. His petitions are good. I won. They appealed. The Republican Party took $100,000 and they sued me, and they appealed to the Commonwealth Court level. I won again. The Commonwealth Court Appeals Court said, Mike's right. He didn't lie about anything. This is informational. No one was lied to. It's totally legitimate. He wins again. They sued me again. Now, at the time, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court was extremely conservative, partisan conservative Republicans. I think it was like 5-2 or 4-3. And they combined my case with that retired attorney who was primarying the Republican governor, who was very unpopular at the time. And they said, you lied when you said you were an attorney when you're retired, and you lied being a law graduate. Your bar card is expired, and you never took the bar, so you both can't say lawyer. You're saying you're an attorney, which is a violation of the professional rules. Therefore, you lied, and you tricked your petition signatures, the voters, when they signed the petitions. And so we're throwing out all of your petitions. And what ended up happening is 6 months later, those judges were thrown out of office because they were sending emails with Obama with a bone in his nose. They were sending bestiality porn of horses fucking women to like people. They were sending porn to like on their like official Supreme Court judge emails to like random prosecutors. So all those judges ended up getting replaced. And in 2015, I helped elect a slate of left-wing justices. So Pennsylvania now has a left-wing Supreme Court. And by the way, the left-wing Supreme Court threw out the gerrymandering the Republicans did. And so they ended up the Democrats ended up winning a whole bunch of Democratic, new Democratic congressmen, men and women, and it was a huge W. So anyway, so I lost that Supreme Court case. They threw me off the ballot. That was May 5th, 2022. The primary was on May 21st or May 22nd of 2022. My voters and volunteers were so pissed off. And the Democratic Party was so apologetic. They said, we're going to win. We're going to win the Democratic primary anyway with a write-in, Mike. And we rallied hundreds of volunteers. I'm sorry, did I say 2012? Did I say 2022? Huh? I don't know. Anyway, so what do? We rallied the volunteers, and my opponent sent private investigators and security to try to intimidate my volunteers. This is all covered in a story that's still up in my local news. And they didn't give a fuck. And so we won. We won the write-in. We got the most votes for a write-in in this county ever for this seat, for this like type of office, representative. We won the primary. They were spending tens of thousands of dollars to try to win the primary. The Republican who sued me was trying to win the Democratic Party as well. So he campaigned to win the Democratic primary. He got like 30 votes or something. And so we won the Democratic primary. It was May 5th, 2013, May 5th, 2013 to May 22nd, 2013. I was off the ballot. And then I won the Democratic primary. I got back on the ballot. So there you go. That is my background. And I've been a left winger, and I ran as a progressive liberal at the time because that's what I was. But then I had more and more experiences. I was like pro-labor, pro-gay rights, I was basically, as left-wing as you could as a Democrat. I had the endorsement of the AFL-CIO. I had the endorsement of the Teachers Union. I had the endorsement of Equality Pennsylvania. I had the endorsement of Planned Parenthood. I have the endorsement of every single left-wing group you can imagine endorsed me. All right. So it is what it is. Okay. I didn't end up winning because in 2014, the year I ran, I'm sorry, it was May 5th, 2014 to May 22nd, 2014. I don't know why I said 2013. Sorry, it was May 5th, 2014 to May 22nd, 2014. There you go, to correct the years. No one won, no Democrat challenger won in the entire state of Pennsylvania at the legislative level out of 200 and I think it was 220 legislative races. Not one Democrat won. That one Democrat challenger won. Democrats won who were incumbents, but not one Democratic challenger won that year. It was the worst year to be a Democratic candidate in Pennsylvania ever. So that was that. I didn't end up winning my race. I was outspent. You know, my seat was gerrymandered, and it is what it is. That's that. You know, that's that. And then I got more and more into politics, and became more and more leftist over the years because of my personal experience with life, with, you know, re-examining things that I had read at university and college, and just, you know, being radicalized and pushed. And when Bernie Sanders ran and launched his campaign in 2015, I had a new lease on the frontier of what I could label myself opened up. And I have identified as a socialist ever since. And that is just the reality. That's my background. If you think that makes me a bad person, that's fine. But I'm going to tell you, that is where I come from. And I think that if you're an honest person, you'll say, this is quite the life you led, Mike. And it's like, well, I mean, it's not that exciting, but it's why I have the knowledge and experience in the areas that I have, right? How many leftists are the son of a fighter pilot, colonel? How many leftists had a commission to a military academy? How many leftists worked road construction? How many leftists ran for political office? Like, how many people online have the breadth of experience that I do? Very few people know what I know. How many leftists who are online went to law school? I know about the military. I know about law. I know about politics because I have firsthand experience in those areas, like, and that other people just don't have. You know, sometimes there are people that will know more than me in one of those sub areas, and I always respect them and I listen to their expertise. But that's why I have the breadth of knowledge that I have in foreign policy and domestic policy. I also worked in the Committee of Urban Affairs, so I know about where I helped write legislation. I helped write a legislation on conservatorship for blight, for taking property from absentee landlords, and it passed in Pennsylvania. I helped write the conservatorship law that exists in Pennsylvania today. Like, there's many things that I did that put me so far ahead of somebody like Destiny, right? Or somebody like Vosh. They don't know anything. Did you ever earn more than you did before Twitch? No, Twitch is the most money I've ever made. Like, that's the thing. So when these people are trying to attack me with out of context vignettes of my life, it's because they know they can't measure up. That's why if you are a Destiny fan, that's why Destiny's been obsessed with me, because he can't measure up. We did 6 substantive political debates. 6 multi-hour substantive political debates. And he looked like a dumb fuck in every single one. That's why he's been obsessed. Twitch isn't a gaming platform anymore. Nice, dude. We like to hear that. That's why they all resort to endless ad hominem bullshit. That's why they try to mock me and call me fat or cringe or whatever, because they know they can't measure up. I know more about anything they talk about than they have ever learned. Like, I've forgotten more. So that's why they act the way they do. When did I get in contact with Hassan? Well, that's more of like my political. If you want to learn about how I became a creator, it's not that interesting, but I can get into it more. If you want me to take it up to today, I could explain my biography up to today. Destiny might have you beat on music theory. He did study it. He dropped out. Did you know that contingency lawyers when you were a baby law school graduate, or did you only fight about that later? Of course I do contingency lawyers. What the fuck? Thanks for sharing your story. Have you talked about the origins of other leftist leaders like Mao, Lenin, etc.? Because I don't think people understand that a lot of leftists arrive at the positions after a long personal journey. Of course. I relate to your story so well between the military background, the 757, and Colorado Springs too. Of course. I mean, yeah. And that's why I've lived all over the world. I've lived at a lot of places. I've experienced a lot of things. What happened to, you know? So that's why I'm able to talk about so many things with authority. Notice that I talk about the things that I know about and not things I don't know about. That's called making good content. Anyway, okay. So after I ran for office, I got involved in politics. I started a consulting company to help left-wing progressive people run for office. I helped somebody run for state rep in 2016. I helped judicial candidates in 2015. I did a bunch of local offices in 2017. I helped people run for state legislature and Congress in 2018. And then in 2019, I was helping people run for, county offices and local offices. And, odd years are kind of low. If you're a political consultant and campaign staffer, they're kind of a lull in your organizing effort. You usually have to move to like Virginia if you want to get good jobs in political organizing, right? So I had free time, and I had become a fan of the Majority Report in 2015. And I had started listening to the Majority Report, and I would occasionally call in, right? I would occasionally call in. And in my experience after 2016, if somebody wants to find me this YouTube link, but it's still up on the Majority Report. I called in after Hillary Clinton lost, and I talked about what went wrong with Hillary Clinton's field organizing in Pennsylvania. Why did she lose Pennsylvania? And it's still posted on the Majority Report. If somebody could find it, that would be cool. I could link it to you guys. And I called in, and I had an hour-long conversation with, there I have it. No, that's just the International, but thank you. What is the most consequential electoral loss in the state of Pennsylvania? Probably Bernie Sanders 2016. No, that's from 2019. This is from 2016, guys. And so after that call, I became kind of close to Sam Seder and Michael Brooks. And, I would call in from time to time. I would make my electoral predictions. I would make my arguments. I would talk about the things that I was organizing with. The day after the loss, I think it was the day after the loss. Yeah, it was somewhere in there. And I just built up my friendship over the course of years. When I helped somebody run for office in 2018, and I took them to the TYT studios in person. And so I got connected with TYT. I got connected with MR in 2019. Early on in 2019, one of the producers, I don't remember which one. One of the behind the scenes producers was going on a sabbatical because they had a job at making a pilot, which is a pilot episode of television. And so they needed a backup producer, and they said, hey, Mike, Michael Brooks reached out to me. He's like, hey, Mike, would you work as a producer behind the scenes with Majority Report for a few months? It won't be a lot of money, but you'll get some experience and, more connection to the Majority Report. And I was like, hell yeah. So I worked as a producer on the Majority Report for a few months, and all that stuff. Laughed to the face of some jackoff who accused you of couch punching earlier. That's just DGGers. DGGers are not interested in me as a person. They are interested in creating a 2-minute hate, an acceptable person that they could all collectively bully. That's what they're trying to do. And the reason why they do that is because Destiny has been obsessed with me ever since I owned his ass 6 years ago, because he saw me as a replacement. We'll get into that later. He was afraid of me replacing him, which is literally very sad and funny, but we could get into that later. So Tidy V Tidy found it.
Pennsylvania.
Okay, yeah, Michael.
There you go. This is 8 years ago. And it's if you guys want to go check it out, this was back in the day when Majority Report did not get a lot of views on their clips. Crazy. That's when they probably had like 50,000 subscribers. Archmage Michael said what? Anyway, so that year 2019, I was like, you know what? So after my job with MR ended, I was like, I need to keep working for MR. I really liked making content with MR. I really liked Sam Seder. Michael Brooks and I were becoming closer friends, and I was like, damn, I really want to I need to create myself a job. I need to create for myself a job. So I reached out to Sam Seder and I said, hey, there's this platform called Twitch, and they have this, you guys should broadcast, restream your streams to Twitch. You have a decent size audience. They have this program called Twitch Primes. You could probably pick up a few $1,000s, if not tens of thousands of dollars, if you just got all your community members to use their Amazon Primes on Twitch. It would cost them no money, and it would give you a bunch of money into the show, right? It would grow your profile. And, if necessary, I could do some just like Twitch only streams myself. Like I'll run them, to give you more Twitch like visibility. And Sam Cedar was really into it, but he ended up, they were doing this other thing called the morning quickie. He was starting the morning quickie, and he was like, Mike, I'm doing the morning quickie. I don't know if you guys remember the morning quickie. I don't think that we have the bandwidth to like do another platform. He didn't really understand Twitch. And I was like, all right, that's cool. So he ended up turning me down. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm going to make my own show. I have the time. I'm going to make my own show. And so I saw that, you know, I became friendly with Hassan and kind of became aware of Hassan. And I said, I'm going to debate Destiny. So I was like, by the time I'm going to debate Destiny on Bernie versus Biden electability. And so I debated Destiny on that. Every single person who watched it said I crushed his ass. In fact, after the debate, he was like, you know, this Mike from PA guy makes me want to learn more about politics. That's how badly he lost. Like, I'm sorry, chat. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I made him more interested in electoral politics. But at the same time this was happening, he was feuding with Hassan. And so I went on Hassan's stream after, and Hassan was like hyped that I beat him in a debate. And he was like, yes, 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 you kicked his ass in a debate. And I was laughing and we were having fun. And this is probably what radicalized him, because he saw me and Hassan streaming together and he felt like I was replacing him, you know, because Hassan and him were falling out. And he felt really, he felt betrayed. He felt small. And this was the source of his psychological obsession with me. And it has not ended. It has not ended. I ended up debating him 6 more times, and he was dumber every single time. Michael Brooks debated him after I debated him with the funniest line ever. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes you're wrong. And I just started to build up my stream, you know, and I just kept streaming from there, and that's it. And Destiny became more and more obsessed with me. And Hassan. Obviously, his main obsession is Hassan. I'm more of a side obsession. I'm more like a secondary obsession, and it's continue there. Mike, a D fan called it an MR the next day after your debate.
You up? I'm calling because I'm a massive Destiny fan, and he's been doing some pretty rough stuff. He talked to Mike from PA at 4 a.m. last night, arguing over stock buyback, and they were like, why would you even do that? And they were just screaming at each other. And Mike has done a good job talking to him and being reasonable. He won him over on, like, Bernie electability. But I want you to talk to him, Sam. We need you. We need you to
Wait. Did you say at 4 a.m.?
That's insane.
I'm sure it was some crazy hour. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Honestly, I don't know if it was 4 a.m. or not. Honestly, I have no recollection of this at all. The reason why I was yelling at Destiny is because he didn't know that rich people could borrow against their own stocks. This is why Destiny is insane and insanely obsessed with me all these years later. He didn't know you could borrow against your own stocks.
Unbelievably stupid. He just doesn't know anything.
You came in committed to a viewpoint that AOC was economically illiterate.
AOC is economically illiterate because she said that the money spent on stock buyback should be spent on labor.
My dad ran a small business. And whenever we had a good year in the small business, we tried to pay our secretaries more, or we tried to invest more in things for the business.
Which is a dumb fucking statement to make that shows you have no idea how anything in economics works.
Why? What would drive you to make these statements?
First of all, it's not dumb as
It is dumb as to expect a company to return profits to its workers.
As a CEO of a major company, I can take that money and I don't have to do that at all, right? I can actually have the company buy its own stock on the market, right? Yeah. That would effectively increase the stock price, right? And I've done nothing to make my product more valuable, my employees more happy. I haven't invested in the training or the workforce, but I've inflated the stock price, right? Absolutely. Right. So my question is, how is this different from a pyramid scheme?
Now, chat, she's getting agreed with by someone very, very, you know, who is Slavkid Korza? She was the Security and Exchange Commission policy director. So probably one of the most educated bureaucrats or policymakers in the entire Security and Exchange Commission. Destiny was saying AOC was economically illiterate for arguing something that the policy director at the SEC agrees with. Huh?
No, that's a very good question.
That's why I said AOC is a
idiot. Not to mention, wait, I don't even know what this has to do with stock buybacks at this point.
They are incentivized for short-term stock gains over long-term investment. It's better that dividends are paid because it's usually a taxable event. Not always, but usually. You could structure your sales during that spike in the price.
You could also get ultra by the SEC because this is called insider trading, Mike.
Oh.
In fact, this has actually been extensively studied, and there is a statistically significant increase in sales by directors and executives during stock buyback periods. He just doesn't know what he's talking about in a kind of a basic level.
You could structure it. You just,
No, you
I'm going to sell. Yes, you can.
Oh my God, it's just the most...
Oh my God. Do you know how it works?
I guess I don't, Mike. When these people sell their capital, eventually they will pay taxes on it. But again, if you want to talk
Why
about
would they sell? Why would they sell? You borrow against the value of your shares. You don't have to liquidate. You can borrow against the value.
Okay,
And you
can
don't pay any taxes on borrowing. So right there, you're just wrong. Like if I own $1 billion, do you think? Wait a minute.
Why would I borrow against the value of my investment? Can you even do
Because
this?
you don't have to pay any taxes on it. That's why. If you borrow against the value of your shares, you never have to pay taxes.
Somebody in chat has to tell me, bro. I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value of...
The ultra-wealthy use loan money to fund their lifestyle. Average people need income to pay for basics, like housing and food. But the ultra-wealthy don't. They can just live on borrowed cash.
It's like one of the most fundamental parts of our economy.
Okay. Oh, he doesn't know anything.
I can't believe you don't know that rich people take loans against their...
I don't think any rich person does this. What?
What?
You can't just do that willy-nilly.
Yes.
So that's why I was yelling at him, because he's stupid. And the thing about Destiny is when he doesn't know shit and it results in his interlocutor being proven right with their point, he'll just say, I don't believe you. Chat, help me, chat. He always doubles when he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. So this is why debating Destiny is pointless, because he doesn't care about being right or truthful or anything like that. It's just he's a dumb fuck who doesn't know anything basic. Chat, is this real? Of course. Why do you think he's obsessed with me 6 years later? Why do you think he's trying to get, he has like 4 clips where he thinks he lies about the 4 clips and creates a alternative narrative about these clips to try to make me look cringe or whatever, or fat or whatever, because he doesn't know anything. He's a stupid fuck. And he's also a sex pest, and we're going to get into that next.
No,
of course you can.
No, you can't. These are tax advantage investment accounts. You cannot just take loans against them. That's the whole point of these tax advantage accounts.
Destiny, you're arguing against a position I don't have. If you are rich, if you're Jeff Bezos, does you think he liquidates his shares to buy?
Yes, he needs liquid cash because that's how we purchase things in the United States. You use currency to do it. And I'm going to take out a secured loan against my investments?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Because I don't want to pay interest with cash that I already have. Why the f would I pay interest when I have money in an investment? Why would I take out a loan from the bank and use my own investments to secure that loan and then pay interest to the bank when I could just liquidate my own shares, Mike? Why the f would this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Because you don't have to pay taxes when you take a loan, but if you liquidated stuff that you have a capital gain in, you'll have to pay taxes. That's why.
He just doesn't know anything. I don't know why the f I'm watching this. It's okay. Okay.
So because I humiliated him like that, he's been obsessed with me years later, and his fans will just reply, "You're fat, Mike. You're cringe." He's a complete fantastic moron. He's dumb. He's dumb on everything he says. Everything he said. And if you go back and look at our debates, it's very funny because he's wrong about literally everything he says, and it's very funny to go back. I thought he was just kind of like a gamer who was interested in like social democratic policies and Bernie curious. I didn't realize he was going to try to debate me on every point, even when he didn't know what he was talking about. I thought we were going to have discussions over this shit and I could educate him. You know what I mean? But then he started saying like, AOC's economically illiterate. And I was like, what? No, she's saying stuff that's very normal. It annoys me with how much conviction he's talking with. That's the entire reason he has viewers, guys. It's because he speaks with conviction and confidence. That's it. So say I have 1 million in my account and 10 million in shares. I'll borrow Y against my shares and pay off the loan before it accrues interest with $1 million in my account. That would just refresh when I get paid again. Basically, you would have $0 in your account. Then you would borrow $10 million against it. You would borrow, $2 million against it, right? You would pay, and because it's secured, you would get like a 1 or 2% interest rate, right? And you would pay back, you would make payments on your loan, But if the stocks or your assets go up faster than your insurance and faster, okay. If say the stock goes up 10% per year, but you have a 2% secured loan, you have that 8% growth arbitrage gain that you're making. And so the next time you go and refresh your loan, you have more money. Now you could do it the other way around. You can borrow money and then buy stocks with that money. That's called a margin loan. But you're just doing the inverse of that, which is you have a bunch of assets and you make you borrow against those assets as a way of spending money on consumption. And the reason why it's great is when you make capital gains and you borrow again, you don't have to pay taxes. So you just keep doing that up until the point where you die. That's called buy, borrow, die. You never sell the underlying assets and you just keep letting them grow. And they keep growing in price, and you keep borrowing, and your consumption you get richer and richer and richer, and you never have to pay taxes, and you get to live a luxurious lifestyle. That's how the rich win. They don't pay taxes. So because they don't pay taxes, their money gets to grow faster than yours. Because if you take labor income, you have to pay taxes on that income the moment you have what's called an accession to wealth. And so therefore, you're paying 30%, 35%, 40% of your income. The rich are paying zero. Because it's technically not considered income. A loan proceed is not income. And that's how it works. That's one of the key elements of inequality. That's why the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Because the rich are not paying taxes. So they never have to pay back the loans. Yes, they pay back the loans with loan money. So like you just refinance the loan. So let's say that I have a loan and it has a 10-year payback, right? I borrow money and I make payments on the loan for 2 years and then I refinance. And then I take a certain percentage of the money and I pay the loan off. And then I refinance. So you're constantly refinancing and you ladder these loans, right? So you don't just do all one loan, but you'll do one loan here, you'll do one loan here, and you'll have these, but because the underlying assets are increasing in price faster than the loan interest is increasing your debt, you will continue to have more and more ability to borrow. And you just never, ever have to pay taxes if you want. You don't have to pay taxes at all. The only time you have to pay taxes is when you decide an investment is not worth investing in anymore. And you think it's going to lose value. Do most capitalists acknowledge this and think it's ethical, or do they deny it and play stupid? Of course they don't deny it. It's like it's right here. Here's DC Fiscal Policy Institute. How wealthy households use a buy, borrow, die strategy to avoid taxes on their growing fortunes. Buy assets, borrow against assets, die and pass assets tax-free to heirs. Wealthy families buy stock, bonds, real estate, art, or other high-value assets and strategically holds onto these assets and allows them to grow in value. The family won't owe income tax on the growth of the asset's value unless it sells them and makes a profit. Wealthy family borrows against its assets' growing value and uses the newly available cash to live off of or invest in other assets like rental properties. The family does not owe taxes on its asset-leveraged loans because the government doesn't tax borrowed money. Wealthy family uses its untaxed wealth to access significant amounts of untaxed cash to live luxuriously while continuing to grow its wealth untaxed indefinitely. Wealthy parents or benefactors of the family keep the original appreciated assets until their death, leaving those assets to an heir. Neither the current federal or local tax code require the original asset holders or the heir to pay taxes on the growth and value up to that point. Instead, the tax code wipes out any tax liability for capital gains by stepping up the baseline value of the assets from the original price to the value at the time of the benefactor's death. This enables the wealthy family's heirs to altogether avoid taxes on the increased value of stocks, real estate, and valuable artwork. So this is how the rich manipulate. There's also something called a GRAT, which is there's a whole bunch of strategies. And I know them because why? I studied them in law school, chat. I took estates law in law school, and I studied all sorts of tactics and strategies to avoid taxation and protect generational wealth. I learned about spendthrift trusts. Do you know what a spendthrift trust is, chat? I learned about GRATs. Do you know what a GRAT is? These are two strategies that are used so that even the dumbest RFK Jr. or Hunter Biden piece of shit, worthless sack of shit loser who spends all his money on drugs and hookers stays rich. A spendthrift trust, if you don't know what that means, basically it is a trust that you get where it can't ever be touched by your creditors. So the spendthrift trust is a bunch of money that's set aside by your parents or grandparents or your, you know, the benefactor, the trustor, or what the fuck is it called? The grantor. They set up, and basically you can't touch the underlying assets, but every month they make a payment into your accounts. So say you borrow a bunch of money and then you at the casino and you lose it all. In the spendthrift trust, the casino can't sue you to go get your trust. The trust is immune from any lawsuits. But next month, bam, another payment will hit your account. So you could just run around like a total cokehead, buying off all the prostitutes, not working, living the lifestyle of a rich fail son, and nobody could ever take your money away. The other thing they do is a GRAT, which is a way of, it's called a grantor retained annuity trust. It's a way of avoiding taxes on inheritance money. And you see where you learn about GRATs? JP Morgan Wealth Management. This is jpmorgan.com Wealth Management. What are grantor retained annuity trusts? In a low interest rate environment, many individuals use GRATs to pass asset appreciation to their family members. So long as the asset appreciation of the assets contributed to the GRAT exceeds the IRS hurdle rate, the grantor will be able to transfer the excess free of gift tax. The IRS hurdle rate is an interest rate that calculates monthly. The lower the rate, the lower the appreciation necessary to pass value to beneficiaries. I'm not going to get into what this means too much, but basically it allows you to give your heirs tax-free money. Millions or billions of dollars tax-free. Normally, there's a $10 million limit. Normally, you could give the first $10 million you could give to an heir tax-free. And then after that, they have to pay inheritance tax. But with GRATs, you could give them more than 10 million. The hurdle rate changes every year. Sorry for getting into this and not talking about Destiny doing sexual cyber harassment, but I just thought it was very important to teach you guys stuff that you may not know about how the system is rigged. Does borrowing against assets work because assets increase in value, but the loan rate is fixed? Thus, the loan is comparably smaller. Am I missing something? Please help, Mike. Because, okay, let's say I buy a house and I pay a 2% interest rate on my mortgage, but the house price grows 5% per year. I will end up becoming richer because that I have a 3% faster rate of growth on the money than the increase in my debt due to the interest rate. Does that make sense? So you're winning. So you're winning. You become richer because of the fact that the appreciation of the asset is higher than the interest rate on the loan. That's where the infinite money comes in. And it's not technically infinite money, but you get my point. It will never run out. As long as the asset is appreciating faster than the interest for the loan, you will continue to get richer over time. Now, there are risks, like if the assets crash in price, right? If the assets lose value, then you could get in trouble. But in general, assets have gone up in value over time, right? Especially like things like housing. Honestly, as not even a rich person, the value of my house has increased by $130,000 over 12 years I've owned it, which means I've made more equity through growth than through paying my mortgage. Exactly. That's why home ownership is so important to middle-class people in America, because home ownership is how you get onto the rich ladder, right? That's why people are so anxious about not being able to own a home, because when boomers bought a house, those houses have appreciated far faster than inflation and far faster than the interest rate on the mortgage. So this has been helping boomers all over the country make their lives work, because they've been able to consume based on the value of those houses going up. They get what are called HLOCs, home equity lines of credit. HLOCs are the same thing largely as what I'm talking about with buy, borrow, die, but for middle class people. You know, if your house grew at 8% per year, but you had a 3% mortgage, after 10, 15 years, you're going to have a lot of extra money lying there in equity. And then you can borrow against that equity and spend it. Or you can, you know, buy a car, or you can remodel your house or whatever. And a lot of boomers, that's why they've been able to live good lives, because they own a home, they get access to the kind of money making process that rich people do on a much larger scale. That's why buying a home is good, because it gives you a lot of advantages, a lot of tax advantages. You get access to some of the lowest interest rate loans you can get are mortgages. So that's why buying a home is smart, because it allows you to get into that property ladder. And there's a whole bunch of tax advantages, and there's a whole bunch of ways to like basically make yourself secure, because you need a house to live in. By the way, that's a need, right? So you have a financial asset that's also providing for a need. It's doing double duty. Should I put my savings in gold? I mean, if you did, you would have done pretty well. Is the appeal of borrowing against access that you get to take out liquid cash, the increased value of the asset without really relinquishing ownership of the asset? And also this arbitrage, is it taxable? Am I getting it? Yes. You get to make a lot of money without paying taxes on it. So you get to have your cake and eat it too. Put it that way. That's what it means, by the way. That's what that saying means, chat. The rich get to have their cake and eat it too. That's what buy, borrow, die is. And I'm sorry for getting distracted with this. It's just it's a point of like, we're talking about real shit. And this is why I'm a left winger, because I think this is wrong. So a billionaire could borrow against his assets and then buy more assets and then borrow. I mean, yeah, but that would make your, I mean, yes, you can do that. Of course, that's called leverage. I asked my brother if you could borrow against the value of your shares, and his response, yes. He also pointed out how rich people like Elon do that to buy Twitter. Destiny is completely wrong. Billionaires like Jeff Bezos liquidating their shares to buy stuff. Sometimes they do sell shares, by the way, chat. There are times where they do sell shares and pay capital gains tax. This isn't every, like, sometimes there is a situation where you would sell shares. There's something called tax loss harvesting. And sometimes you just sell shares because you don't want to be encumbered, and you'll be okay. You're okay with paying the taxes because you don't want to be encumbered by the loan. It does happen. Also, a lot of people like Jeff Bezos will sell shares because they're trying to diversify. Because like Jeff Bezos is rich because he had Amazon when Amazon was worth like, you know, 0.01% of what it is worth now. So like he has hundreds of billions of dollars, but it's all Amazon stock. So he might sell the Amazon stock to diversify his wealth so that he doesn't like go bankrupt if Amazon died, right? Like he'll eat the capital gain tax so that he could diversify his wealth and make sure that he will never stop being a billionaire, right? So that's just, you know, it's not that people never pay capital gains tax, but they have created systems to avoid it. Can you explain stock buybacks? No. I'm tired of talking. Let's watch a video so I could like drink water, and then we'll look at the Destiny shit. You shouldn't talk for too many hours in a row because it will fuck you up. You need to take breaks and drink, which I haven't been doing. Seltzer water, that's all I drink, baby.
Resistance, Ryan. But you know, Chuck Schumer's got it down. I'm leading it. Oh, you're leading it. Oh my God. Do you take your orders from Chuck?
He's my second in command. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a huge Chuck guy. I'm a huge Chuck fan. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, like, you must have then, as the leader of the resistance or the lieutenant or, you know, working alongside Chuck, you must have also gotten the memo, from Cory Booker. For people that are not familiar, it was reported that Cory Booker had a meeting with his Senate colleagues about how to more effectively use social media.
Oh, thank God.
I want them to use social media, but I don't really think I want Chuck to use social media. Here he is trying his darndest. And I wish I could just laugh at this guy and be like, all right, Grandpa, trying to use social media. There are no stakes here. It's funny. But this is the guy that's supposed to be the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. All right, maybe this will be rousing. Here we go.
Today began the long budget process, and it became very clear what the #1 goal of the Republicans is: to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have it be on your back. We Senate Democrats are going to expose them. We're going to lift up the curtain and show that everything else they do is to help hide the fact that their billionaire buddies are going to get a tax break under their proposal. Why does Donald Trump talk about the Gulf of America and putting hotels in Gaza and
they get the liquid cash from the loan they get to pay the loan. You take loan money and you set aside a percentage of the loan money to pay the loan.
annexing Canada? He wants to hide the fact from you that their main goal, what they're really pursuing on the floor of the Senate, is giving their billionaire buddies a tax break.
Okay.
Is that crazy? Is that ridiculous? These people are very rich. The veteran who needs health care isn't very rich. The elderly person who's in a nursing home isn't very rich. These billionaire buddies are rich already. And yet all they want to do is give them another tax break. Shame, shame, shame. We're going to fight it tooth and nail.
Okay, what do you stand for now? Thank you, Chuck. Again, it's not that bad. It's better than before. I'm trying so hard to not be an asshole.
These people are very rich. Why? The Democratic Party needs to go down. And the lower, the worse the Democratic Party looks, the greater likelihood that people are going to split away from it. It's when it's teetering on, oh, well, it might recover, that these people are empowered.
like at a certain level, dude, like you have to understand that you are not the man for this moment. Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries, it's a whole different can of worms where I genuinely think he's just like, Matt's made this point, of the post-Citizens United era, just a politician that has been bathing in corporate and donor money in a way that even the person who's picked him as his successor, Nancy Pelosi, I've got a million problems with her. She was claiming China was funding pro-Palestine demonstrators outside of her house. Lots of crazy things that she said and stuff I've disagreed with. But it's almost like she came in from an age where, prior to this, where they were still doing politics in a way that was about combating Republicans, and she could count votes, and she's shrewd about where the public stands on certain things. Hakeem Jeffries, actually, I'm sorry. This is the clip. It's only 20 seconds. This was his reaction coming out of the meeting with Hochul and a bunch of other top-ranking Democrats about removing Eric Adams, which Hochul has the power to do, a man who is the mayor of New York City who is currently being extorted publicly, openly, brazenly by the Republican president of the United States to enforce immigration raids against New Yorkers and go along with his agenda, or else they're going to re-up this prosecution of him. This is how Hakeem Jeffries responded, our Democratic leader in the House.
Mayor Adams has a responsibility to decisively demonstrate to the people of New York City that he has the capacity to continue to govern in the best interest of New Yorkers,
the capacity
as opposed to taking orders from the Trump administration. Mayor Adams has.
What do you mean he can't demonstrate it because he's being extorted? Why are they giving him the opportunity to basically wiggle out of this and say that maybe he's being extorted, maybe he's not being extorted? No, he is. The Scalia clerk, Trump-appointed interim federal prosecutor at the Southern District, Federalist Society, the Southern District of New York. Trump appointed her on January 21st, 2025, resigned, saying that this was what it is. So I'm not joking. Hakeem Jeffries is being more favorable to Republicans in his messaging about this issue than Trump's own Republican appointee at the head of the Southern District and the half dozen other prosecutors that resigned beneath her, refusing to implement the same order until they finally got their Bork. Here's some more. But God is on the throne. Presidents come and go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about creeping fascism. We got some more, I guess, from Jeffries. Ken Klippenstein doing God's work. Just continuing to promote the most unflattering portrayal of this feckless leader.
Captain Chaos and the extreme MAGA Republicans spent last year promising to lower the high cost of living and running away from Project 2025 as if it didn't exist.
Okay, you guys.
Sorry, who's Captain Chaos?
Captain Chaos.
I'm unfamiliar. Who is that? Is that a new Marvel character? Who is that?
I mean,
who are we talking about?
He's gonna be maybe in Batman 7, the villain that they crop up to fight him.
You know who that appeals to? All the capitalists who don't want tariffs to fuck up their mergers and acquisitions.
Yeah, that's why he's calling him Captain Chaos, because that's a pitch to capitalists. Capitalists want their markets to remain and their grifts to remain stable because, when you're on the buy, borrow, die plan, if there's a big crash of the stock price, that might cause you to go upside down on your loans. Then you might have to sell stocks. And then you'd have to pay taxes? Line has to go up.
It's a schedule. That's the only people these people can talk to.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. He's being outflanked by a majority of his caucus. I don't think I've seen this kind of reaction to Democratic leadership from the base of the Democratic Party and their inability to lead since I've been following politics. And perhaps it's just the lack of familiarity, and people are so angry that they don't have this built up, yeah, I kind of like Pelosi, yeah, I like Harry Reid, whatever, where they can, at a certain, during the Biden years and during the
honestly, I have to say that when Emma came on MR, I was like, wow, we have a liberal on the channel. I don't know what she's bringing. But I think it's actually, she brings a lot of it's good to see what this type of person thinks. You know, my immediate reaction to her analysis is like pretty vitriolic in my mind. Like, so I try my hardest to like keep it reined in. But I have to say that it's good to hear this kind of stuff to keep me grounded, right? Because you don't want to live in too much of a bubble, right? So it's good to hear kind of where liberals are at.
Trump years, Democratic voters approve of Nancy Pelosi at high clips. It's like 70, 80%, right?
I mean, they stopped polling it. Right? She was pretty unfavorable. They did one with Nancy Pelosi. It looks like they did one where she was at 60% unfavorable. Let's see what Democrats say. They had her at like 71. So this is like old. This is from like last year. I don't know where it would be now. So she's pretty hated by everybody who's not a Democrat. Like she has 70% unfavorable with independents. Republicans 94% unfavorable, and with Democrats she's only at like 70. So she's hated by like 2/3 of the country, basically, including 20% of Democrats. Probably not. If you like Nancy Pelosi, you're out of touch.
but maybe now that Jeffries is kind of a relative unknown, and the first thing they see of him is him going, "What leverage do we have?" And people are also feeling betrayed by, like, I've been watching MSNBC for 8 years in the Trump era, and they've told me the most important thing is to resist Donald Trump. And then Morning Joe goes and kisses the ring and says, okay, we're going to be hands off on our criticisms now because we're afraid. You know, there is a disconnect from what the voters want and what we're seeing from the party. And it's much more pronounced, I think, with the Washington people who are bathing in this DC consulting class and all that big money. And then what we see with
I'm good. I'm ready, chat. Let's break into the DGG lawsuit. Ladies and gentlemen, according to News Channel by your side, NBC 8, Florida streamer Destiny sued over cyber sexual harassment. Court documents. The Florida-based live streamer and YouTube personality known as Destiny was accused of sharing sexual content of a woman without her consent or knowledge. The federal lawsuit filed in the Southern District of Florida on Tuesday alleged Destiny, whose real name is Stephen K. Bennell II, sent a sexual video to a random fan who then spread them to various websites. The plaintiff, a Jane Doe identified in a lawsuit by her influencer username Pixie, had a sexual encounter with Bennell in 2020, according to the complaint. The lawsuit said that Pixie was a smaller content creator with 15,000 followers on X and 10,000 followers on live stream platform Twitch, compared to Bennell's 840,000 YouTube subscribers and 700,000 followers he acclimated on Twitch before his account was banned. Both Pixie and Destiny create politically oriented online content. So the news has picked it up. Oh, and by the way, chat, make sure that you click this link. You guys should definitely click this link because you want this local news to get a lot of clicks, to get advertising revenue, so that they want to keep covering this story, right? So make sure that you don't just use images on Twitter, right? I'm gonna reply that. Oh my God, I can't type. Help your local news make revenue off of their journalism. Oh my God, why can I not type? It's very important because like local news is really important, and they, you know, if they do well enough, they might send a reporter to the trial. You know, they might send a reporter to the trial.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I want to say, chat, that I am so proud of this community. We helped raise, helped raise from this community tens of thousands of dollars for Pixie's legal fund, along with people all across the internet. We were the #1 fundraising source for the lawsuit, based on the timing of when the money came in. And that being said, there was a lot of really important supporters, you know, that have poured money. That was when I last checked. Maybe money has continued to flow in that blows what we did out of the water, but we were key early money. Early money is like yeast. It grows. And so I just want to say this lawsuit was brought to you in part by the Central Committee stream. Holy fuck, I want so badly to never hear this pest name again. The only way that's going to happen, first of all, I would like anybody who's ignoring this story is helping create rape culture in streaming where women who, file police reports and file lawsuits, they're not given attention. They're doing it the right way. And so many of these guys like Tectone or whatever who are so eager to criticize women for not complaining in the right way, right? They're not covering this. It's almost like when a woman does everything right, the misogynists don't care. It's almost like they just hate women. All right, well, let's get into this lawsuit, chat. Let's get into this lawsuit. United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, Miami Division, Jane Doe plaintiff versus Stephen K. Bunnell II defendant. It's so awesome that Stephen has, Destiny has stylized himself as Stephen K. Bunnell II so much so they could get his exact name on the lawsuit. Stephen K. Bunnell II. Complaint. To the honorable court comes now plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through her undersigned counsel, and very respectfully states, alleges, and prays as follows. Nature of the action. This action seeks to hold defendant accountable for his unauthorized, intentional, and unlawful disclosure and dissemination of intimate images and sexually explicit videos of the plaintiff, thereby causing plaintiff extreme emotional and physical distress, depression, anxiety, and harm to her personal and professional reputation. Plaintiff seeks injunctive relief, compensatory and punitive damages, attorney's fees, and any other relief this honorable court deems just and proper as a result of defendant's unlawful, extreme, and outrageous conduct towards plaintiff. So basically what she said, what they're asking for is money and what are called injunctions. Injunctions are, so courts have two types of power, chat. So we have two types of courts, and there's two types of power in this. Okay, so you have criminal courts. That's where the plaintiff is always the state, right? And then you have civil courts, which are open to anybody. In civil courts, we have the court has two types of power. There is power at law, and there's power at equity, right? Power at law is where the court makes you pay money. Power at equity is where the court orders you to do shit, right? The courts like to order you to pay money, but under certain circumstances, they will order you to do things, right? And so it looks like right now what Pixie is doing is she's suing for a lot of money, and she's suing to make Destiny do shit. So, and sometimes doing something is not doing something. Like, for example, the court can tell you to shut the fuck up, right? Like, the court could tell you, shut the fuck up. That's like one of the things that's in the power of the court. All right, so let's keep going. Plaintiff brings claims pursuant to, inter alia, the Intimate Image Protection Act, 15 USA, Section 6851, the Sexual Cyber Harassment Statute, Florida Statute, Section 784.049, and other federal laws pertaining to the right of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and the intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, many people don't know this, but it is against the law to intentionally inflict emotional distress on someone. How many of you knew that? How many of you knew that it's against the law to intentionally inflict emotional distress on someone? Did you know that? Isn't that an easy lawsuit for Hassan against D? The thing about IIED is it's a pretty hard case to win in America, right? For IIED, as it's known, to be successful, you usually need some other tort, which is a tort is what we call a civil wrong. Like if I punch you in the face, let's say that you and I are at a bar and I punch you in your nose as hard as I can, right? I've committed a crime and I've committed a tort. I've committed a criminal act and I've committed a civil wrong, right? So I would be making a crime against society and a crime against you. Society punishes me criminally. You can punish me civilly. So I would be a criminal and what's known as a tortfeasor. Does that make sense? So Destiny is a criminal and Destiny is a tortfeasor. Now, most people don't focus on like the civil side because who gives a shit about money, right? Like we want you to go to prison, right? We want you to lose your, that's people fixate on the criminal stuff because that's like the loss of your liberty. That's the real shit, right? You get very scared about that. So, all right. The other thing to take note of is he's being sued in federal court. This is very interesting, chat. Destiny is actually being sued at federal court, not Florida state court. Hey, Mike, you should have a regularly occurring special segment where you specifically refer to court cases and explain it to us like this. Okay, I mean, maybe, if they're interesting. Mike, I love you and your voice, but your chat is full of cringy leftists. Honestly, who gives a fuck? Be cringe. One of the worst things about Zoomers and young millennials is you're so scared of being cringe. Who gives a fuck? Why do you care what these dumbasses think of you? Do what makes you feel happy, man. Who gives a fuck? Embrace trying. Embrace being earnest. Embrace being cringe. Who cares? Oh no, an 18-year-old thinks I'm uncool. Who gives a fuck? You know what's cringe? Being a fucking sex criminal. That's what's cringe. That's what's cringe. Jurisdiction and venue. So what we're looking at right now, chat, is a legal complaint. In the process of a lawsuit, typically what will happen is the plaintiff, the person who's the victim, will go to the person who wronged her with her attorneys and say, hey, you broke the law here, here, and here. You know, invaded my rights and you owe me. So will you accept that you did wrong and compensate me? Now, if the person who committed the wrong says, I did that, I'm sorry, and here is a fair compensation for what you went through, if you agree not to sue me, I will do the X, Y, and Z things. That's called a settlement, right? That's the most common outcome in these kinds of situations, because lawsuits are expensive. They can take some time. You know, they are in public, right? Everyone, you know, the court is a public place. The information comes out. And oftentimes, if you did something wrong and you have remorse for it, you oftentimes will accept a settlement because you feel contrite. Contrite is when you feel guilty and you want to right the wrong. That's what contrite means, right? How many of you feel contrite from time to time? How many of you do stuff that you realize was the wrong thing to do and you feel bad about it and you want to fix it? Not any Destiny fans will not be typing one or saying yes. The Destiny fans don't understand this. This is called feeling guilty and trying to fix the thing. That's called empathy. Those of us who do not have sociopathic traits, we feel this from time to time. We're like, ooh, I was mean to that person. I didn't treat that person fairly. Let me fix that. So most times when somebody commits an offense against somebody else and that person comes to them and says, if you don't fix it, I'm going to sue you. Most people are like ashamed of what they did and they will settle and they will, you know, compensate the person they harmed and they will admit wrongdoing. And then they'll be like, hey, we won't, you know, please don't sue me in public. Because if you sue me in public, everybody will be able to look at the documents. Everybody will get to see what I've done in black and white, clear as crystal. I don't want you to do that. I'm going to give you, you know, in Destiny's case, I need to give you $5 million or $2 or $3 million. And then you'll be quiet about it. Please, please, please. But some people like Destiny are shameless and evil. And even when they're caught red-handed, it's clear as crystal. There's no dispute over the facts. Everybody knows. He's admitted it. He's admitted it publicly. He still refuses to make it right with the person that he harmed. So that's why we have a court system. Because if we didn't have a court system, people would just kill each other. You know, like if we didn't have a system where people could bring disputes, you know, people would just roll up with fucking guns and they'd blast your ass. But because we have a system like this with a neutral third party, that's the supposed purpose of our court system, right? That's why courts are necessary to help we maintain civil harmony by giving people the opportunity to have wrongs righted. That's the kind of idea behind courts. Unfortunately, in America, it's gate-kept behind money. It's very expensive to go to court. So a lot of people who get harmed never get justice because they can't afford attorneys. They can't afford the courts. And so people like Destiny, who are wealthy tortfeasors, wealthy criminals, they can find victims and use and abuse them because they, you know, if you're let's say, for example, hypothetically, a sex criminal, and you try to find young teenage girls with mental illnesses that you could sexually exploit, right? You could create a pattern of practice of sexually exploiting young teenage girls with mental illnesses like BPD or narcissistic personality disorder, And you could have a grand old time knowing that even though you were abusing them and criminally recording them and sharing their stuff without consent, they didn't have the wherewithal, they didn't have the money to sue you. And you could do that for a decade plus of just finding young girls, 19-year-old girls, like your ex-wife, who you first approached when you were 30-something years old and she was 18 or 19, right? And you could use the allure of internet fame and money to take advantage of them. Mike, we don't diagnose teenagers with personality disorders. That's what Destiny does. Destiny would target women with borderline personality disorder so that he could discredit them as crazy after he abused them. It's a joke in his community, chat. It's a joke. If there's any Destiny or ex-Destiny viewers in the chat, did he not make that a meme in his community that he was thirsting for BPD women? Did you see Z Squirrel on Twitter ranting about Bernie? Absolutely insane to call Bernie a war. I disagree with her. I understand her emotional position, but I disagree with her on that. Anyway, all right. So let's get back to this now. So after the settlement phase, if the parties can't agree, the plaintiff will sue, and they have to put in what's known as a complaint. And we're now in the pleading stage of the case. When the plaintiff says, you have not made me right, you have not settled this case, you have not lived up to your obligations, I am going to get the court to order you to do it. Now, why do you go to the court? What can the court do? The court can take your shit. That's what the sheriff is for. In case you understand, the sheriff, if you've ever been like, what's the difference between a cop and a sheriff? Why do we have cops and why do we have sheriffs? Like, I don't understand. What's the difference between the two? Cops are law enforcement that is created under the executive branch, and they are subservient to executives, so like the mayor or the governor. The sheriff is law enforcement that is subservient to the judge and to the judicial branch. So in the federal government, we have marshals. At the state level, we have sheriffs. So the marshals are law enforcement that is subservient to courts, and so that is why we have sheriffs. That's why we have cops. So so if you lose a court case, the judge will order the sheriff to help you get your restitution. The sheriff could take your bank account. The sheriff could take your house. The sheriff could take your car. The sheriff could take your assets. The sheriff can force you to do things to comply with the courts. That's what the sheriffs do. So and in this case, because it's a federal case, so she's suing him in federal court, chat. You have federal courts and you have state courts. She's suing him in federal district court, which is very interesting. So, which gets us to the pleading. So now we're at the pleadings. This is the complaint, right? This is the complaint. This is her laying out what she believes is going wrong, what her rights she thinks were violated. So this is her side of the story. Now, the thing about the complaint is Pixie doesn't know everything yet, because when somebody does something fucked up to you, you don't know everything that happened yet, because they might have secret information that they're concealing. So after you do a complaint, there's a period of discovery where she will get the right, with the court's help, to get the secret information that Destiny has. So she'll be able to use the court, and the court will go to, and the court will issue with something called a subpoena. A subpoena is an order by the court to provide evidence or testimony. So she will go to the court and say, I need your help to get his DMs from Discord. So the court will look at her pleadings and say, I think that if I read your case, if I read your complaint in the light most favorable to you, and it is enough to win the case, I can help you get discovery, right? And so she will be able to order Discord to provide all those logs, right? She'll be able to go and get his phone records. She'll be able to go and look at bank accounts. She'll be able to go, and the court will be able to like order him to provide that information. If he doesn't provide that information, he goes to prison. That's called a subpoena. The court will order people to come testify under oath. And if you lie under oath, that's called perjury. You go to prison. So now that she's suing him, she has the power to go to Facebook, to go to Discord, to go to Twitch DM. She can go in Twitch DM. She can look through that stuff for relevant information for the case. That's called discovery. That's why most people settle, because they don't want discovery to happen, right? Like, if you did something bad, you don't want your private messages and things to be like looked through. So now that this has happened, she'll be able to, she'll have access to all those powers of the court. When is he responsible for keeping and conserving evidence? Is he responsible for before the evidence of the complaint? So that's a very good question. What I understand is Pixie's lawyers ordered him to conserve evidence before they sued him. They said, hey, when they came to the settlement, they said to him, hey, I want you to conserve this evidence. Don't destroy evidence. If you destroy evidence after being told to conserve it, that's called spoliation, and that's a crime. So spoliation is when you destroy evidence that you've been told to preserve. And if evidence is destroyed, the court is supposed to look at that evidence as if it existed in a light most unfavorable to the spoliator, the person destroying the evidence. So it's really stupid. So not only is it a crime, it's also really bad for your case. That's why people don't destroy evidence. If you're always wondering, like, why didn't somebody destroy this? Now, it doesn't mean that destroying evidence doesn't work, right? If you destroy evidence and nobody knows you destroyed that evidence and nobody knows about that evidence, then you get away with it. If somebody suspects that evidence exists and then you destroy it later and it's found out, well, then that's really bad, right? So that's why you'll see like, wow, why the fuck did this company turn over this email that says they're guilty? That's crazy. Well, because people didn't want to go to prison for it. All right, so in order for a case to exist, and I'm sorry for explaining this at like baby tier level, if I'm doing too basic of an explanation, would deleting messages on Discord but having them on the server be considered spoliation? Yes. It would be considered spoliation if he did it after he was ordered to conserve it, because it's like this. Imagine that you have a document, right? And it has a photostatic copy, but I don't have power over the photostatic copy. If I destroy the original copy when you order me to turn it over, but then they go find the photostatic copy from somebody else, I still tried to destroy it. I still tried to make it harder for you to find it. All you have to do is attempt to spoil evidence. The success or failure of the attempt is not relevant. Exactly. So great point. So Destiny is committing crimes left and right, right? And the thing about people like Destiny is stupid. I want you to understand something, Chad. He is a music school dropout. He has no legal experience. He has no academic credentials. He was he oftentimes describes himself as a StarCraft professional gamer. He was never a pro StarCraft player. He was a semi-pro StarCraft player. He played in a couple paid tournaments and had a couple mid-level semi-pro results. He was never a professional StarCraft player, right? He was a streamer. He was famous for bad manners. He was famous for yelling slurs. He was famous for being edgy. Okay? He was never a professional gamer, all right? He has no gamer cred. But in his mind, he is a former StarCraft professional, right? Because technically he played StarCraft and made money off of it, all right? But he wasn't really good. So the thing about Destiny is he has Dunning-Kruger effect. He thinks that he knows more than other people because he thinks very highly of himself, his narcissistic traits, right? He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. So he doesn't respect education. He doesn't respect credentials. He doesn't respect expertise. And because of that, he's not going to listen to what his attorneys tell him to do. He's just going to spout off. And when you have a sociopathic narcissist with Dunning-Kruger like Destiny, he's just going to say dumbass fucking shit the whole way. And he's never faced accountability for his actions in his entire life. He's never fucked with somebody who could fight back or was willing to fight back, right? There's a lot of people that could have fought back against Destiny over the years, but they calculated that it would just help him more. Like, if Hassan sued Destiny, that would probably help Destiny, right? Because Destiny would be like, Hassan is suing me, to make a bunch of content. He would do GoFundMes, and it would get a lot of attention on him, right? So it never really made sense to go after Destiny like that, even though like he could have been sued by Twitch or could have been sued by Hassan or me, or it was never. We always calculated that it was just not smart to do. We didn't want to make him famous like Ethan Klein, right? Like Ethan Klein got sued. And he actually became famous because he was defending fair use, right? That was how Ethan Klein got famous. Now he's threatening Redditors, right? Very ironic. He's now the guy threatening fair use. But in this case, Destiny is being sued by somebody who has the support of people like me, but who themselves is innocent. Like, who hates Pixie? Like, who's gonna ride to the? There's nobody who's negatively polarized against Pixie. You know, Pixie is a lovely, nice person who fell into the Destiny orbit. You hate to see it, when she was 19. I feel really bad for her. I have a lot of empathy for her, right? But there's not like a huge she's not like a huge political figure or public figure that people are like negatively polarized against. So her suing Destiny is the best of all possible worlds, right? And so so, you know, there's no such thing as a perfect victim. And it's important to keep that in mind. That Destiny's going to try his hardest to discredit her. But this is why accountability has finally come. Because for Pixie, it makes sense to sue his ass. It's not going to help him. Yes, there were other people involved. At least one other person wanted to sue, but it appeared... Okay, this is the first suit, by the way. This is the first lawsuit. You know, this is... I understand somebody else filed a criminal complaint, and this is the first lawsuit. So this is just beginning. The accountability for Destiny is just beginning. I'm sure more people will sue. I'm sure more people will file criminal complaints, right? But this is the beginning of the accountability process. And for Destiny, he's never been held accountable for his actions, right? He's always been on the offense. He's always been the person who had the upper hand. And now, for the first time ever, he's going to be judged according to what he did by a neutral third party and the law. And we're going to make sure, and this is my solemn oath, that every single person who has been wronged by Destiny and who wants to pursue criminal and civil charges, I will have your back to the utmost. That is my solemn vow. Let's keep going. Jurisdiction and venue. So in order for you to sue someone, they have to have violated a law, and that the court that you sue them must have jurisdiction over them. So this is Destiny is being sued in the Southern District of Florida, and jurisdiction is a very important feature, very important in the law. However, there's one thing where a court always has jurisdiction. A court always has jurisdiction if you are in its physical geographic borders. It's called personal jurisdiction. If you as a person are within the geographic power of a court, the court has what's called personal jurisdiction over you. The court has the power over the people who live in its boundaries. Destiny, so the jurisdiction question, very easy in this case. He's being sued in the Southern District of Florida. He lives in Miami Beach, Florida. Therefore, personal jurisdiction has attached. Pingo, bango, boom, we got him. All right, let's keep going. The court has subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to 28 U.S.C. Section 1331 because this action arises under the laws of the United States, including 15 U.S.C. Section 6851, the Intimate Image Protection Act. The court has supplemental jurisdiction over the plaintiff's state law claims pursuant to 28 U.S.C. Section 1367 because they arise out of the same nucleus of operative facts as the federal claims. These sections of the complaint are explaining why he's able to be sued. He violated federal law, and he violated state law with the same facts that he violated federal law, so we could also adjudicate the state law claims at the same time. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And venue is proper in this judicial district pursuant to 28 U.S.C. Section 1391 because a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to the claim occurred within this district, and defendant is subject to personal jurisdiction in the district. So we're talking about jurisdiction. We're talking about venue. Very easy. Not an important part of the case. She's suing him in the right court. He committed the crimes in that district. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. He has no defense. All right, moving on. Parties. Plaintiff Jane Doe is a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Plaintiff brings this complaint anonymously due to the intimate and sensitive nature of the materials which form the subject matter of the complaint. Defendant Stephen K. Bonnell II, Bonnell, is a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami Beach, Florida. Very simple. Because the laws around this kind of stuff have allowed people to sue in a Jane Doe capacity for sexual crimes. Now, this may be pierced by Destiny, and I think I heard somebody say that Destiny said her real name on his stream for the first time yesterday. Is that true? Is that true? Do you guys have a clip of Destiny saying her? I mean, you don't link the clip, but I believe he was saying her name on his stream yesterday. And I bring that up because he's a disgusting criminal who's trying to do harassment and intimidation. Fucking criminal sack of shit. We're just getting started, Steven. Actual allegations. Bonnell, known online as Destiny, is a live streamer and political commentator. He has over 840,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He has a huge following on X, Kick, Reddit, and Discord. Bonnell had over 700,000 followers on his Twitch channel before he was banned from Twitch in March 2022 due to hateful conduct. Plaintiff, online known as Pixie, is also a live streamer as well as an influencer. Pixie has 15,000 followers on X, and on Twitch she has 10,000 followers. Plaintiff began conversing with Bonnell on the Discord platform when she was approximately 19 years old. Bonnell was approximately 33 years old at the time. Plaintiff was a new streamer in the same niche as Bonnell, politics. Approximately 2 years later, on or about September 12, 2020, after multiple conversations about consent and boundaries, Plaintiff engaged in sexual relations with Bonnell. Plaintiff was inexperienced and had only physical relations with one other person prior to Bonnell. This was the only time Plaintiff and Bonnell had sexual relations. During this one occasion, Bonnell recorded videos of Plaintiff and him engaging in sexual conduct, the videos. This is so sad, dude. What a disgusting predator, man. What an absolute disgusting predator freak. Yeah, don't try to, like, I'm just pointing out that Destiny's a fucking criminal, man. What a disgusting freak. Unbeknownst to the plaintiff at the time, on or about October 4th, 2022, Bonnell disseminated through electric means one of the videos to a 19-year-old woman using the screen name Rose. Rose was a random fan of Bonnell's on his Discord platform that reached out to him on Discord. Bonnell had never met Rose. Despite knowing nothing about Rose and not even knowing her real name, Bonnell intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's knowledge or consent. On or about November 29th, 2024, the sexually explicit video of plaintiff that Bonnell had shared with Rose was uploaded on the website Blank. The video also shared on multiple other pornography websites, including Blank. The caption on the video on the different platforms identify both. Shortly after the video was posted, various friends and random followers of plaintiff inform her about the dissemination of the video. Some of the messages are very accusatory. She is shocked, humiliated, and mortified by the dissemination of the sexually explicit video. This is so sad, man. What an invasion. Does anybody have the clip of Destiny talking about if he was sleeping with a 19-year-old, it would be like him sleeping with a child? Like, under Destiny's public statements, he was saying, if I approach a 19-year-old, it's like sleeping with a child. Do you guys have that clip? Shortly after the video is posted, various friends... We don't know how old Rose is, by the way, chat. We don't know if Rose is actually 19. This is just something that has been said, but we don't actually know. I don't think Rose ever actually said in the messages that she was 19. So it's a random fan that he doesn't really know their real age, but we think it may be 19. This is another 19-year-old that he was pursuing sexually. This is so disgusting. As of today's date, the video has been viewed over 10,000 times, 58,000 times, 10,000 times on various websites. On the evening of November 29th, 2024, plaintiff sends a message to Bonnell on Discord expressing her horror that he shared the video of her. She asks him if he sent any additional pornographic videos to anyone. He admits his guilt, responding, "Ugh, there shouldn't be. No, I'm so sorry. There's literally no excuse. I had phone convos and stuff with this person, but they were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse." Plaintiff then asks him to delete any and all videos that he has of her. The leak of the video goes viral and is being discussed by thousands of followers of Destiny and Pixie on various platforms, including YouTube, Discord, Reddit, and Twitter. Plaintiff begins receiving hundreds of insulting and harassing messages. Many of the followers discussing the leaks on the different accounts falsely claim that the plaintiff exchanged sex for professional growth and favors from Bonnell. Plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified, and depressed, and starts feeling suicidal. On or about December 11, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Plaintiff messages Bonnell and tells him that she's just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. I feel like the best thing to do for me is to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. Plaintiff then unfriends Bonnell on Discord so that she cannot receive any messages from him. That's so sad. I'm sorry for, obviously, chat, this is a really deep and really painful shit. He's an evil bastard and a scumbag. There's really nothing else more to say. On or about December 13th, 2024, plaintiff meets with Bonnell's close friend and business associate. Very nice of them to X that out on this post. Like, this person was trying to sweep for Destiny. Plaintiff tells her about her suicidal thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she is enduring, and that she wants to ensure Bonnell never does this to her or anyone else ever again. Turner tells her to talk to Bono and tell them what they discussed. Oops, looks like they forgot to black out that. On or about December 19th, 2024, Turner asked plaintiff if Bono is communicated with her or added her back as a friend. Plaintiff responds in the negative. Plaintiff continues feeling depressed and suicidal. The leak of the video is still a viral topic of conversation on multiple platforms, with people making horrible accusations about the plaintiff. That's so sad, man. On morning of January 20th, 2025, 2 videos on YouTube are posted by 2 different streamers discussing the Pixie leak. The videos include screenshots of private messages of plaintiff discussing the situation with friends, and the claims that the plaintiff took hush money, only cares about money, and does not care about the other victims of the defendant. Like, look at the tactic that Destiny immediately starts to deploy, right? Oh, she just wants money. She's just a slut who wants money, and she doesn't care about any of the other victims. The guy who did the abuse is saying, this victim is a bad victim because she doesn't care about the other people I abused. What?
According to Destiny himself, he views sexting 19-year-olds as the same as sexting 15-year-olds.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird. If you live with your mom and dad still pay all of your bills, you're still a virgin, you've never been in a relationship, you don't go to school, you've never even had a job before, you've never lived on your own, you're a child. You're very much a child.
So Destiny views 19-year-olds as little kids.
You're a little kid.
And says that being attracted to them is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
Yet here he is 5 years later at age 34, sexting this 19-year-old, asking her if she wants to do age play with him, and sending her non-consensual sex tapes of his friends and wife. And
is Blue still sponsoring this freak? I don't know. Who are Destiny's sponsors? Who are Destiny's sponsors, man? We really need to start some sort of program to message any company that sponsors Destiny. And I mean, check his PC. I mean, I think, like, he pretty much demonstrates he understands that what he's doing is wrong, and then he goes out and does it. There's no confusion here. The majority of the posts by people assume that Bottle shared the videos with Bottle's consent and knowledge. On about January 20th, 2025, in desperation, plaintiff/Pixie goes online and announces that Destiny shared the videos without her consent or knowledge, and that she will be seeking legal recourse. That same day, Bottle Destiny responds on various platforms, including Reddit and Imager, and falsely claims that the video leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. This claim directly contradicts his November 29th, 2024, explicit written admission to plaintiff that he knowingly and intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's consent. On January 20th, right after plaintiff announced publicly that she would sue Bottle, one of his followers reached out to plaintiff and told her that Bottle had sent the video to her sister about 2 months earlier. So, after the leaks, Chuck D's, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Bottle is still sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without their consent. On January 21st, 2025, aware of an impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Bottle starts destroying evidence, including deleting messages between him and plaintiff. On January 23rd, 2025, Bottle receives a letter from the plaintiff's counsel informing him of plaintiff's intent to sue and demanding that he preserve all evidence. On or about January 23rd, 2025, Bottle begins to publicly harass and defame plaintiff. He posted his group chat called DGG with multiple people that plaintiff/Pixie is just after his money. On or about January 23rd, 2025, Bottle also posts on his website, Destiny GG, it is DGG chat, that Pixie and the people behind her just want money, so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably some broke loser anyway, so they aren't even mentioning him. Over 1,000 people have potentially viewed this defamatory post. I mean, the thing is, like, whether or not they figure out who hacked the Rose thing or who leaked the Rose information, that's secondary to his own actions. You know what I mean? It's like somebody else committing a crime doesn't mean that your crime is therefore not a crime. It's just a worthless waste of time. It's just a complete distraction. And it doesn't even make sense. Like, who falls for this? Are there any DGGers left making jokes about child abusers on his return stream? Me getting ready for my return stream. I mean, who likes this guy? Who likes this guy? I mean, if you still like Destiny, and this is the other question I have for you. If you're an ex-Destiny fan, but you still hate me and Hassan, have you considered, or Caseytron, or Bob7, have you considered that maybe you were wrong and he was lying the entire time? Have you considered that perhaps he's a sex criminal, manipulator, narcissistic liar? Have you considered that? Perhaps? Bottle's attempt to divert blame from himself and cast blame on an alleged hacker is directly contradicted by his own prior explicit written admission to plaintiff that he intentionally shared the videos, and by his text messages with Rose in which he tells her about the video with the young girl that he will send her. Bottle continues defaming and harassing plaintiff on his website and in DGG chat. He implies that plaintiff is trying to milk him and that she's not going after anybody else that might allegedly have been involved in the leak of the videos because she, quote, can't milk as much money out of that target. Potentially over 1,000 people saw that post. I love that Destiny talks about this case in his DGG. I hope he keeps doing it. Keep talking about it, Destiny. Keep talking. This is the narcissistic crash out. You love it. His public persona as like, I'm an evolved sexual consent guy, a feminist. I care about women's consent and knowledge and respect. Yeah, it's all crashing down. Pathetic. You forgot that being a debate bro also means you hate being wrong more than anything else. Yeah, he hates being wrong more than being accused sex criminal. This is a song I would have played to Not So Erudite. Wait, why is the sound muted? Why is the sound muted? What the fuck? All right. This is the really key case. Holy shit. This is the bombshell. In or about the end of January 2025, approximately 50 women reached out to plaintiff to tell her they had received sexually explicit images from Bottle of other women without the other women's consent. Three of these women also tell plaintiff that Bottle deleted their chat threads after January 23rd, 2025. Spoilation? 15 separate times. There may be multiple victims. And this is the stuff. This is why this is just only beginning, chat. This is just only beginning. Could people attempting to aid destroy evidence be added to the lawsuit as accomplices? Because I could imagine there would be potential accessories to a crime. Yes. And so this is the reality, right? This is only beginning. There's women out there who probably don't even know that their information is being shared against their consent. There's another evidence that he secretly recorded Grindr dates without their knowledge. There could be all sorts of victims who don't even know they're victims yet. And we're not going to get that information right away. So we have, criminal complaints. We have secret recordings. We have God knows what else is on his computer, right? This is only beginning. This isn't the end. This isn't the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the beginning for Destiny. And I can tell you, chat, that I'm going to be there every single step of the way until the last victim feels that they have gotten justice. I'm going to be dauntless in my support of the victims, and I'm going to do everything I can, financially, emotionally, psychologically, publicly. I mean, we're going to back them up until the very last one feels satisfied. All right, let's keep going. And I know I'm not alone. Is there any chance? Friendly reminder that this guy is H3's source of news and basically Ethan's bestie at this point. Yeah, Ethan Klein likes this guy, by the way. Ethan Klein goes to this DGG community to try to get hate shit about me and Hassan. This is who Ethan Klein is as well. This is who Ethan Klein associates himself with. This is who Dan associates with himself with. Isn't that disgusting? Upon information of belief, multiple women, including Melina and Stasia, have recently come forward and publicly alleged that Bottle has released sexually explicit videos of them without their consent. Upon information of belief, these images were then posted on different pornography websites without their consent. They should sue and file police reports. Like, these are serious crimes. Every time Ethan says anything, you should ask him if he condemns Destiny. Well, the source of every single one of his arguments he makes against me and Hassan is Destiny. Every single one. Me being cringe. We talked earlier about me being sued, when I ran for office and won. All the source of all the things he uses to attack me come from DGG. They're Destiny. That's Destiny's opposition research of me. The mega thread on Destiny's sub is disturbing about this all. They're really trying to justify Destiny and pick apart the lawsuit. The people that are still Destiny fans at this point are people who made Destiny their persona. They're the people in the Führer bunker, you know? They're the people that we're going to have to dig out. You know, they're the people who, when the Red Army is reaching Berlin, are going to be taking the suicide pills, metaphorically. These are bad motherfuckers. And not bad as in, like, dangerous. Just evil little incel babies who made Destiny their entire personality and have nowhere else to go because they're fucking losers. A woman with a screen name Cherry recently found out Bono had secretly made an unauthorized audio recording of their sexual interaction and then distributed it to multiple people without her knowledge or consent. Bono had retaliated against Cherry by publicly posting private messages with her during a time when she was suffering a mental health crisis. On or about January 23rd, 2025, Bono begins a smear campaign against Plaintiff, and it tells his followers that Plaintiff is only interested in getting money from him. Over 1,000 of his followers could have seen this post. He also tells his followers that his only crime was being too much of a gooner. The word gooner is slang for someone who is deeply engaged in excessive adult X-rated content consumption, sometimes in a compulsive or obsessive manner. This is Destiny's greatest political and legal contribution, getting gooner defined in a fucking lawsuit. This is his biggest impact on the world, chat. Over 10 years of content creation and Destiny's biggest achievement, getting gooner in a lawsuit. On or about January 24th, 2025, another female political streamer talks about Bono's sharing of the video. She informs her followers that Destiny/Bono had recorded a conversation with her without her knowledge or consent. She alleges that after their personal relationship deteriorated, he became publicly hostile toward her. And then later, he posted to his followers that he has the recording and that he could publish it. Then on February 9th, this is witness intimidation. This is disgusting. This is Destiny saying, by the way, this is a fucking crime. He did it in California where it's illegal. It's also illegal in Florida to secretly record people. And then later he posted to his followers that he has the recording and that he could publish it. Then on February 9th, 2025, after posting a link to a clip of her talking about his sharing of the video, Bono retaliated against her by posting private sexual text messages between them to his community chat group. I mean, he's just a fucking disgusting little rat. On or about January 26, 2025, Hannah Brooke, a follower of Bono, contacted Plaintiff and informs her that even after the video was publicized on November 29, 2024, Destiny Bono offered to send the videos to her. A few days later, after a follower posted Brooke's direct messages with Bono, after the messages go public, Bono deletes his messages with Brooke and attempts to cover it up. Spoilation! Defendant, I mean, he's committing crimes. He's committing crimes. He's been told, preserve evidence. Don't delete. He's deleting shit. He's publicly, I mean, he may be. Could I just take a second here and just say that Destiny is one of the dumbest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, legitimately subnormal IQ. He's a dumb guy. Like, earlier in the stream, I showed you how he was very stupid when we debated, like, politics, and that was the beginning of his hyperfixation on me and Hassan. He is a legitimately subnormal IQ. Like, 90 IQ. 95 IQ. He's dumb. He's a dumb guy. And he has no emotional control at all. Like, if it wasn't for streaming and getting a, like, audience of just the worst incel basement-dwelling fucking losers on the planet, and getting money from YouTube, this guy would not even be able to hold down a carpet cleaning job. Like, there isn't any job. Like, he is a fucking dumbass. 95 is normal. I mean, 100 is normal, but I get what you're saying. 90. 85. Okay. He doesn't have a lot of firepower up there. He admits that he demands intimate content from women he was recording and then uses that as leverage for blackmail. Destiny really is just the scum of the fucking earth, man. 85 to 115 is normal, but I digress. Good point. Yes, you're right. He's one standard deviation below normal. Okay, you're right. Thank you for correcting me, chatter. The defendant has admitted that he disclosed the video to Rose, and there is evidence that he disclosed it to other people without plaintiff's consent. The defendant could have and should have expected that the videos would then be publicly disclosed and disseminated to hundreds or thousands of people online, which is exactly what foreseeably occurred. On January 30th, 2025, Destiny Bono admits that he had been actively deleting evidence of his wrongdoing, specifically his messages with multiple women who have claimed he shared sex videos with them without the participants' consent. That's spoliation. He's a criminal. He's guilty as fuck. His lawyers, I wonder how his lawyers are reacting to reading this complaint. Like, I wonder what is, like, there's no way he's been talking to his legal dudes. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way he's been like, his lawyers have been like, yeah, go ahead, delete anything. They are probably stroking out right now. I heard, and this may just be a rumor. I heard he hired. This is not a joke. I heard that he hired Prince Andrew's lawyer. This is a rumor that I heard. I can't verify it, but it is a rumor that I heard that he. So if somebody knows who his attorneys are when they start responding, we'll revisit that. It's just a rumor that was out there that he was hiring Prince Andrew's lawyer, but we'll see. That may not actually. The thing with lawyers is like sometimes you hire a lawyer and then you get a different trial lawyer. So I don't feel confident saying that's definitively true. It's just some information that I heard, and we are looking to confirm. So I would take that with a big grain of salt. You know, I'm not alleging that is actually what's happened, but it's something that I did hear. We should be expecting his response to the pleadings within 30 days, chat. So it's going to be probably within a month. We'll have some sort of like response to the complaint, some motions being filed, things like that we can go off of. I have 145 and I'm literally one of the dumbest people alive. IQ is meaningless. As Socrates says, what makes you wise is being aware of what you don't know. It's not what you know, it's being aware of what you do not know. That's what makes you wise. So people that have high IQs, oftentimes, if they're not like the losers who obsess over like IQ as mattering, they understand the breadth of human knowledge and what little tiny sliver that they actually have access to. And so that makes them very much more humble and being okay with being wrong about things and being corrected about things. Like actual useful intelligence is somebody who also has humility, also is humble in the sense of understanding there's so much of human experience and knowledge that you can't be an expert of, and respecting others that have achieved expertise in those areas. Do his responses get put publicly up like this as well? Yes. On or about February 8th, 2025, Bottle posts on X that he agrees with another post that claims the plaintiff is extorting him. On or about February 9th, 2025, Bottle makes another defamatory post on X again, telling his followers that plaintiff only cares about getting money from him. He also informs all his followers that the video can still be seen on blank blank. The post has over 1 million views as of this date. He retransmitted the post by citing where you can go see it. This was last week. Oh, sorry, less than 2 weeks ago. What a dumb fuck. The videos disclosed by Bottle were of a private nature and were never intended for public distribution. Defendant's actions have caused plaintiff severe emotional distress, humiliation, and reputational harm. Plaintiff's career as a political streamer has been adversely affected, and her aspirations of being elected for office have been greatly diminished. I mean, there's no doubt that he's committed damage. No doubt. Count 1. And so we're getting specifically the counts that they're suing him under. Count 1, violation of 15 USC section 6851, the Intimate Image Protection Act. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 38 above as though fully set therein. Defendant knowingly and intentionally disclosed the sexually explicit videos without plaintiff's knowledge or consent in violation of 15 USC 6851. Plaintiff is identifiable in the videos. The videos have been viewed by thousands of people and continue to be viewed by thousands. The leak of the videos by defendant and plaintiff's role in the videos has been discussed online by thousands of people. As a direct result of defendant's conduct, plaintiff has suffered extreme emotional distress and harmed your reputation. All of the above actions of defendant violated 15 USC section 6851, and accordingly, plaintiff is entitled to A, preventative and injunctive relief requiring the defendant to delete the videos and barring him from any disclosure of the videos, actual damages in an amount to be proven, or alternatively, liquidated damages in the amount of $150,000, whichever is greater, punitive damage, and reasonable attorney's fees and costs. And then count 2, violation of Florida statute section 784.049. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 43. Above is set forth herein. Florida statute section 784 subsection 49.5 provides a statutorily created private right of action. Defendant's knowing and willful dissemination of sexually explicit videos of plaintiff to other people through electronic means without plaintiff's consent and in violation of her expectation that the videos remain private constitutes sexual cyber harassment under Florida statute section 784 subsection 49. Defendant acted intentionally and or with reckless disregard for plaintiff's rights, causing plaintiff to suffer damages. Defendant shared the videos for no legitimate purpose. Tens of thousands of people have viewed the videos on different platforms. Tens of thousands of people are aware of the defendant's release of the videos and have engaged in public online discussions with the defendant about the videos of the plaintiff. As a direct, natural, proximate, and foreseeable result of defendant's actions in violation of Section 784, subsection 49, plaintiff have suffered damage to reputation, emotional pain and suffering, mental anguish, anxiety, and loss of dignity. Plaintiff seeks injunctive relief requiring the defendant to destroy all videos, stop disclosing the videos, and cease harassing plaintiff. Plaintiff seeks statutory damages as per Florida Statute 78495B, or alternatively, actual damages for emotional distress, loss of income, medical expenses, and other damages. Plaintiff seeks attorney's fees and costs pursuant to Florida Statute 78449.5C. Plaintiff also seeks punitive damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Count 3. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 52. Defendant's conduct of disclosing the videos without plaintiff's consent was either done intentionally or with reckless disregard to the probability of causing a plaintiff emotional distress. So the thing about intentional infliction of emotional distress is it's not just like you intend to cause emotional distress, but if you do something that a reasonable person would expect would cause emotional distress, then that also counts as intentional, right? If I have a porn video of you and I share it and I don't intend to cause you harm, but it causes you harm, any reasonable person would understand sharing a private sexual act with someone else without their consent is going to cause a person distress. A reasonable person would face distress in that situation. So that satisfies the intentionality requirement. That's a very important point to remember. He did it again 2 weeks ago. He's cooked. Yeah, he's totally cooked. Do you think this dipshit has $1 million cash? Yes. Unfortunately, Destiny has been a long-time streamer. He probably has millions of dollars. He's been milking his community for 10 years, guys. But you're forgetting about Dolus Specialis. Honestly, if I were Destiny, I would defend myself. Like, Destiny, he took the LSAT, and he scored like a 148. So I think Destiny should defend himself. Who needs law school? Lawyers are stupid anyway. He should just defend himself. Then he could say whatever the fuck he wants. I wonder if we could stream the case. I wonder if we could get like live in court, like a stream of the case. I think we might be able to. Do we still say Pepe La Dia in this community? I mean, I don't really. I just say Destiny because like Hassan was trying to be a gray rock, right? He was trying to be like, okay, Destiny, I don't like the guy. He's a freak. I don't want anything to do with him. I'm just going to be boring to him. And the thing that he didn't realize is that Destiny is just hyper sexually fixated on Hassan. So there's just no way for him. He'll never leave Hassan alone. If Destiny goes to prison, he'll be trying to keep up with Hassan. He'll be writing letters from prison. He'll be calling people on the prison phone to talk about Hassan. He's never going to stop. Oh, we might be able to watch it. Okay, cool. All right, let's keep going. The defendant acted in a way which he knew or should have known that severe emotional distress would likely result. The defendant's actions were so extreme and outrageous that they go beyond all possible bounds of decency and are intolerable in a civil society. Even Destiny's followers agree with this. Even longtime DGG followers that have spent thousands of dollars supporting Destiny agree that his conduct was extreme and outrageous. He is so beyond fucking cooked. Even after defendant became aware of plaintiff was expressing suicidal intentions due to his disclosure of the videos, he continued to disclose the videos to other people without plaintiff's consent. What a fucking freak. There's really nothing to say but react as a human being and say, oh my God. As direct, natural, proximate, and foreseeable result of defendant's intentional harassment and acts, plaintiff has suffered damage to reputation, extreme emotional pain and suffering, severe mental anguish, anxiety, loss of dignity, and is entitled to compensatory damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Because defendant's conduct was intentional and or recklessly indifferent, he is liable for punitive damages in an amount no less than $1 million. Invasion of privacy, count 4, public disclosure of private facts. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through 59 above as though a fully set herein. Defendant publicly disclosed private facts concerning plaintiff that were not of legitimate public concern, including sexually explicit videos without her consent. And defendant continues to do so to this day. There is no public concern that justifies disclosing sexually explicit images or videos of the plaintiff without her consent. At all times, the defendant acted intentionally and with reckless disregard for plaintiff's well-being. Defendant could have or should have expected public disclosure to arise from this dissemination of the videos to various individuals. The public disclosure of the videos would be highly offensive to any reasonable person, including the plaintiff. Public disclosure of the videos took place such that tens of thousands of people have viewed the videos or are aware of the content of the videos and plaintiff's role in the videos. Plaintiff had a reasonable expectation of privacy in the videos since they were taken with the intention for private use and not for public dissemination. This is the most important part. Just because you have a sex tape doesn't mean it's legitimate for the person who recorded it, and if it was intended to be private, for them to share it everywhere. And if I decide, like, this is very important, and then this is very important in the law. In the law, you disseminate something the moment you send it to one person who's not authorized to see it. You commit defamation when you defame the person to one other third party. It doesn't have to be a post on the internet. It doesn't have to be to everyone to see. The moment you do it to one unauthorized person, you have done that. And in this case, he did it to at least 15 other people. Any reasonable interpretation of the law, he's guilty. Such disclosures have caused the plaintiff extreme humiliation, distress, and emotional suffering. Plaintiff seeks compensatory and actual damages, punitive damages, attorney's fees, and costs. And as we're coming to the end, wherefore plaintiff prayer for relief. Wherefore plaintiff respectfully requests judgment against defendants as follows: 1, for appropriate compensatory and/or statutory damages in an amount to be determined at trial. For appropriate, equitable, and injunctive relief against defendant as allowed by law. For an award of punitive damages. For an award of reasonable attorney's fees, and for such other and further relief to which the plaintiff may be entitled. Demand for jury trial. The plaintiff demands trial by jury of all issues triable as of right by a jury. Dated February 18th, 2025. And there you have it. This is not going to trial. You think Destiny's going to just... What? Whoa, I can't wait to pick. Chat, we've got ourselves a lawyer. We got ourselves a world. It's not going to trial. Why is it going to trial? Has Destiny indicated he wants to surrender and he wants to settle? Has Destiny said he's going to write a check for millions of dollars yet? There are other filings after this. Yes, this is the complaint. This is the initial thing. Can't he just hire a super expensive lawyer and tie her up in legal proceedings until she runs out of money? Why would she run out of money? She has multiple millionaires and wealthy people backing her. How is she running out of money? She has entire communities of millions of people backing her. How is she running out of money? He's going to keep making a ton of money from his fans? Like, what are you talking about? Who's going to be backing him? You know? That's one of the things that people oftentimes say. Brainworms, thank you for the 5. Okay, chat. Well, we're going to be covering this more. What are your guys' questions? Guys, gals, non-binary pals. I think, you know, my impression of this pleading is, listen, things can go either way, but I find this competently argued, well cited. I find they honestly were almost conservative in the stuff they went after. They didn't have a defamation count. They should add a defamation count, honestly. I think they were trying to avoid free speech shit, but he's gonna say that. Destiny lawsuit revealed. Legal mindset.
See, the actions he sold the defendant, I'm going to say Destiny. So instead of defendant, I'm going to replace the word Destiny when I'm reading this because they're interchangeable.
All right, chat. By the way, if you enjoy this content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. That's one free sub a month that you get. That's taking money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. So if you enjoy the fact that we take this stuff seriously, I'm not somebody who sweeps this shit under the rug, right? I'm not a sweeper for Destiny. I'm not XQC, right? I'm not Asmongold. I'm going to talk about this. You know, can you imagine if a similar lawsuit was happening against me or Hassan, every single one of those fuckers would be going through it with a fine-tooth comb. Why are they sweeping? Why are they sweeping? Why are they covering it up? Destiny once said, and I found it to be a really interesting, weird comment, that he had the goods on 20 streamers. That if he goes to prison, he's going to take down 20 streamers with him, implying that he's aware of 20 streamers wrongdoing. Disgusting. Are there criminal charges yet? I believe that Cherry has said she's filed a criminal complaint. And, you know, So that we don't have good visibility of, what the detectives are, how they're gathering evidence, which district attorney has been assigned. We don't know the information yet. How many people are going to come forward and file criminal charges yet? We just know that this is the first. So anyway, if you would, solidarity forever. Thank you, Sailcat. So if you enjoy this content, please consider supporting it, because it's the only way. Very few people are willing to speak up for what's right in this industry. A lot of people in this industry are just happy to be rich, and they don't give a shit about what's right. It's just the cold, hard truth. They just want to be famous by any means necessary, and they don't care who they have to step on or who gets rolled over or who gets brutalized in the process. I don't want to live in that kind of world. I don't want to live in a society where people get sexually assaulted or sexually victimized or cyber harassed and nothing happens. I'm going to fight against that tooth and nail, even if I'm the only one. So if you think that is the kind of community you want to support, then please consider supporting it, because it's the only way it's going to exist. I'm not running ads. Why am I not running ads? I'm not running ads in part because this guy tried to get Twitch basically bankrupt. He tried to bankrupt Twitch. This fucking criminal organized a hate mob to try to bankrupt Twitch so he could get unbanned, so he could target more young girls. That was his strategy. He is a fucking scumbag, and we're never, ever, ever going to stop until he gets justice for his crimes. Bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm talking to like 20 other streamers with me. Okay, lol W. Chat, how do you think 5'8" Cuban men who are sex offenders fare in Florida State Prison? How do you think 5'8", nebbish, out of shape, liberal men who are sex offenders fare in Florida State prisons? Just something to ponder, something to consider. The thing I'm interested in is
any and all videos he has of her. The leak of the when it dropped. Just saying.
Wait.
Shortly, this is Black. This is probably Kiwi Farms. The video is also shown on pornography, including blank. It's on a bunch of porn sites. The caption on the video on different platforms identify both Destiny and Pixie. Shortly after,
oh my god, his followers are crazy. Bro, MP Sharky, that's before everybody knew he was a sex pest.
Kiwi Farms, I've heard of Pepperidge Farms. It's far more.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
Degen's gonna degen. Shortly after the video is posted, various friends and random followers of plaintiff informed her about the dissemination. Some of the messages were very accusatory. She is shocked, humiliated, and mortified by the dissemination of a sexually explicit.
This guy's giving me conservative
video.
vibes.
As of today's date, the video has been viewed on one site over 10,000 times. It has been viewed on another site 58,000 times. It has had at least as many views on other websites, but has been removed. It is still on blank, probably Kiwi Farms, but the site does not have a number tracker, so the number of views is unknown. Let me be very clear here too. The Destiny uploads broke the farms, so it probably was a lot of people looking at that stuff when it dropped. Just saying.
He's a Trump supporter? Okay, that makes sense.
On the evening of
how could he laugh at this? He's a conservative. Like, you could just tell somebody is a conservative if they lack visible signs of empathy or like emotional depth. It's pretty common.
November 29th, the plaintiff sends a message to Benel on Discord expressing her horror that he shared the video of her that were I was aware, let me put it this way, not even lawyers. I was aware that this lawsuit was a real thing and it was going to happen because it's in my home district, so to say, right? I'm from Miami, Southern District of Florida. Of the two places where I really was, Orlando and then Miami, and I'm of course born in Miami, raised in Miami. Very familiar with the goings on and a lot of things down there. I'd heard some scuttlebutt and knew this was being shopped around, and very happy to see a complaint, which is an actual document. Rogue says, reminder, Destiny lost his woman to a broke femboy. Yes. Mama Akko says, time for some Kino. Suffer. So let's get into this. Jane Doe versus Stephen.
Okay, so some people ask me things about criminal cases and civil cases, and thank you guys for the level 9 hype trade and hitting the sub goal for the day. I find conservatives to be unpalatable. I'm not gonna lie, but that's just me. You know, I don't like conservatives. I think being a conservative in 2025 is a sign of like a real profound problem with you. That being said, it doesn't mean he can't be accurate or knowledgeable about the law, right? It's just online conservative spaces are just tough to watch. Is this guy explain why Destiny is innocent? No.
They're obviously Jane Doe, we are assuming is Pixie, though it could be one of the others, but I mean, I think believes it's a Pixie lawsuit. Comes now plaintiff Jane Doe by and through her undersigned counsel.
I'm interested in
shortly after
I'm interested about his case of when she deletes the evidence.
That's professional growth and favors from Bunnell. Well, let's be clear. Okay, let's be very clear. That's probably what was going on. I mean, clout chasing equals quote unquote professional growth, right? Because that
or she was a 19-year-old girl who admired him and he exploited it for sex. Like, it wasn't like she was providing him regular sexual encounters, bro. Like, come on, man. This is why conservatives are just, what can you even say?
They're all in there. Pokimane for what it's worth. I mean, all of them.
Pokimane literally is the most PG-13 streamer who doesn't have an OnlyFans. It just exists as a pretty woman on the internet. How is Pokimane a thought? Like, at that point, you're just saying any woman is a thought, which is kind of conservative, of course. For conservative misogyny. Ugh. I want to see where he talks about. I'm almost done with this video, chat. I just want to see him talking about him deleting evidence.
She would sue. One of his followers reached out to plaintiff and told her Bunnell had sent the video to her sister 2 months earlier. The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Bunnell is sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without their consent. Now, if this is true, this is fucked. This is extremely messed up. But what's not messed up is Big Buddhist coming in for 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Yes. Thank you, Big Buddhist. Appreciate that. Thanks for the big support of everybody here on the channel. January 21st, aware of an impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Bunnell starts destroying evidence. That is a strong accusation. Because, you know, once again, destroying evidence, big no-no, including deleting messages between himself and the plaintiff.
Vio brought me some hot pie. How you doing, Vio? Did you get a good night's sleep?
January 23rd, Bunnell receives...
This guy, what amazing... Okay, thank you, chat. This guy's analysis sucks. I was waiting for him to be like, it's a big no-no. I was like, okay, why is it a no-no? Can you explain what it means? I explained it better. It's been 12 years since I was in law school. All right. Well, chat, we are going to continue to cover all this. If you enjoy the content, please consider, make sure you go and read the article in the local news. I'm going to go link this. We want to give them good metrics on this article, chat. We want this local news channel to keep covering this. Keep covering this. Just click it, listen, scroll through, maybe even click an ad. Ooh, viral TikTok beauty products that Amazon users love. Wow, we'll get the app. Wait, is that black or blue or white and gold? Wow. Maybe maybe we have this be a very well performing article. We want to make sure that they do some in-person coverage. Mike, what state am I in now? I float around between a couple places. I even clicked on the Buttigieg article, bro. Wow. Epstein checks the sub constantly. What sub? There are clips on Reddit, DGG Snark from yesterday, saying all sorts of gross shit about the case. Oh, God. Oh, God. Destiny didn't know Rose's age, and he's terrified she might have been underage. What? This is according to J.A. Stalk.
he said it about my, like, people in my Discord leaking logs about him or something, right? He made things up entirely, but he said basically like, oh, all these girls are like just out to get me, so I've started deleting messages. There's no reason to allow it. It's like, bro, that's evidence. You don't understand that's evidence? The people obsessed with Rose above everything else, it's a creepy KF conspiracy. No, it's not. I literally have DMs from Destiny saying, I can beat all of this, I can sweep it all away, but if she's under 18, I'm fucked. What do you mean it's a creepy KF conspiracy? I have personal DMs with Destiny to this effect.
So Destiny may have been sending sexually explicit material to underage girls? That would be grooming, and that would be sexual solicitation of a minor. What's the age of consent in Florida? 18. So that would be sexual that would be criminal. So we don't know if it's a minor or not, but wow, if Jay Stock's accusations are true, and those are pretty big accusations. Pierce Morgan knew what he was doing when adding Destiny and Andrew on the same panel. Good to see Destiny taking some time out of his business of filming girls without their consent. Destiny, the dude who said F the dude who passed away during the assassination. Tough appearance molestity. I'm sure Pixie and Melina are watching this or repeat. I think the last person who needs to speak on any sort of morality is Destiny. Did Destiny do it so many amphetamines to acquire the South Park Canadian style? Isn't Destiny in the process of being exposed for how he treats women? Oh, man. Oh, man.
Do you think the opening up of your side will bring back some of the orbiters who jump ship or bridges burned for good? Assuming my career survives and I just retire to become a video game player. You've heard the saying, like you are who you hang around or whatever? Or I guess the modern day, the Zoomer version of that, the red pill version is...
Birds of a feather flock together, you dumb fuck, you unlettered swine. God damn, how do you listen to this guy for more than 5 minutes? He's dumber than dirt. He's stupid.
Your net worth is your network or whatever. I guess it was just kind of happening organically, but I don't think it's enough to cut out people's, I don't think it's enough to cut out negative people from your life. I think you have to cut out everybody that's peripheral to those people as well. I could have done it more aggressively. I'll definitely be doing it going forward, but I've also done it, it was kind of already happening organically anyway because I wasn't hanging out with a lot of people, so. But I think it's really important to not keep around, yeah. Because stuff started to connect in the background of this in terms of different types of people where I'm like, how do I don't even know you guys are like, and I don't say they're like scheming with each other. I'm like, the fuck? It is what it is. To be fair, you haven't put on a sorry tone to be throughout any of this. Like, do you genuinely feel bad for what you did, right? I'll talk more about this tomorrow.
This guy posting up with an arsenal of weapons behind him as he's saying he wants me to kill myself and Hassan to kill ourselves. You guys know he did that, right? Like, you know, he went on his stream, and I have no idea how this wasn't a ban-worthy fucking thing to do. But he went on his stream and said, I want Hassan and Mike from PA to kill themselves. Absolutely. The world will be a better place.
I guess my first question is going to be, do you really think Hassan and Mike from PA should kill themselves?
I wish they would. Yes.
Do you think that's at all a harmful statement to make that goes against, I don't know, just objective morality?
No. I think their deaths by suicide would make the world a safer place for more people.
By the way, chat, the thing that I did to him was defeat him in intellectual combat in debates. Yet that means that the world would be a better place if I killed myself. So funny how his fans plural clutch when you give people to say, I don't even say that. I don't even say that. They will, but they'll pearl clutch. He has literally called for, by the way, he's also said he wanted to kill Hassan. He says he wants Hassan to like go to Yemen so he can join the Navy and fight him or something. Meanwhile, the Navy ran from the Houthis. The Navy had to retreat. They lost. It's just a side point. That's the worst. I mean, just making him look stupid. I honestly want to go through every single one of the clips that Destiny has attacked with me over the years because it's very funny to just disprove them all. It's very easy. Was that on Bridges? Patreon is pretty damn strict about stuff like that. I don't know. Like, he is a literal sex criminal and telling, he's saying that the world would be better if I didn't live. Because I think you guys should have free college and Medicare for all, and the U.S. should not support Israel's genocide in Gaza. That means the world would be better if I was dead. Because I believe in a future where every human has dignity. Yikes.
We're saying, like, you have to have an apologetic tone or whatever. If people want me to be apologetic for being, like, a sex cult rapist groomer person. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Does this include talking about the cherry stuff? I think I will. I want, like, everything is built off of this, the Pixie stuff. So I want to, like, have this done before I move to another. Because as soon as I move to the next thing, there's just going to be a whole bunch of autistic shit that spawns from that as well. So it's just, I'm trying to do this, like, compartmentalized. Do you feel betrayed by Loner Box? No, I think Lonerbox was in like an impossibly fucked position. I felt, like I said, I reached out to Reverse. I was like, hey, shit is fucked. Like, we don't have to do content. It's cool. I understand. Especially because I think Pixie, lied to him about us ever having hooked up. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much that impacted them or not, though. Or not that it matters, I guess, because apparently they're not dating, is what we say publicly. So maybe that doesn't matter at all. I'm not sure.
Shit is fucked, aka you did that. All right, chat. I'm done with the sexpecity shit as the main topic. It's going to be a further topic because I am bringing on Nathan Grayson. Sorry, Nathan. Sorry, Nathan. Hold on, chat. I'll be bringing him on in a second. Nathan Grayson is a journalist, and he just wrote a book about me and Hassan and other streamers, but mostly about me. Yay, new book. So Nathan's going to be coming on. We're going to just shoot the shit about the book. We already read the excerpt yesterday. So we're going to be bringing Nathan on. I got to message him and tell him that I forgot to start the Zoom. So when he joins it, we'll bring him on. I just had to say, we're going to talk about Destiny. We are going to talk about the Destiny stuff. So if you're here for, me exposing Destiny as a sex criminal, we're also going to be talking about him more. So don't worry. It'll be a fun side topic. But I want to bring on a guest. Professional author Nathan Grayson, journalist, previously with the Washington Post. Now he's the co-founder of the website Aftermath, which is like a new gaming ethical game journalism website. Did I get a signed copy? I was supposed to, but it didn't show up yet. So it is what it is. It's fine. This is the book, Stream Big. So it's gonna be pretty exciting stuff. All right. We're just gonna wait for Nathan to get there, and we're gonna keep talking. The thing about Destiny in particular is that
there are shockwaves across Cal Fire in the city of Ramona.
The thing about Destiny in particular is, like, you have to understand, this guy doesn't believe in anything except for what's good for him. It's very important that you understand that. All right, like, Destiny doesn't care about like a consistent set of morality. It's like, what rules for thee but not for me, right? He doesn't care. He's a nihilist. He is somebody who doesn't find value in the suffering of other people. He doesn't find value in the happiness of other people. The only thing he cares about is himself. Now, that is alien to most human beings because we are deeply social animals where we just can't help but care about others. We can't help but empathize with others, right? And so he's a freak. And the problem is the internet has created an opportunity for freaks like him.
Because, and I don't give a fuck what anybody says in this.
And this is how he thinks about the world around him.
Because, and I don't give a fuck what anybody says in this. I am a victim in this. Unarguably, the largest victim. I was the target of this, and I've been the one the most horribly impacted.
This is like somebody drunk driving and killing a group of people and being paralyzed in the accident and going, I'm the biggest victim. You're the drunk driver! You caused the crash! You are a scum. I mean, this is basic. This is abuser 101. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. The abuser vehemently denies the survivor's account of what happened. This can include gaslighting the survivor to make the survivor doubt their memory. The survivor may begin to question whether or not they're blowing it out of proportion. The abuser shifts the focus of the survivor's credibility and whether or not others, including law enforcement, should believe them. This should include bringing up past indiscretions in the survivor's past, questioning the survivor's mental health, accusing the survivor of abusing drugs and alcohol, or asserting the survivor is the abusive one, when in reality the survivor was reacting to the abuse being inflicted. The abuser may even insinuate that the survivor wanted what happened, or that because of the couple is married, the abuser could possibly have sexually assaulted them. The end result could be that the survivor feels bullied or disparaged into staying quiet, or may feel some sense of their abuse being their own fault. The final step of this twisted manipulation tactic is for the abuser to secure their title of victim and reposition the actual survivor as the offender. They might contend that the survivor had some vendetta to destroy them. They might say the survivor is lying in order to turn people against the abuser, become more popular, take away their children, or receive a larger divorce settlement. The abuser might claim they're a victim of the system, may use their socioeconomic standing, race, or gender to support their claim. All the while, the survivor's actual disclosure of abuse is overshadowed. The survivor will end up spending more time trying to defend her reputation than receiving help for the abuse. He's a textbook abuser, textbook narcissist, textbook sociopath. He's an evil son of a bitch. If evil exists, it's represented by this man. Destiny caught messaging random fans again yesterday. Oh my lord.
I saw some chat logs inside of DDG where they were very upset that they kept posting stuff on LSF about Destiny, and then all of the comments were about how Destiny is a sex pest, and they were very mad at the head mod of LSF, that is a DDGer, that stale guy. They were very mad at him. They're like, why the fuck are you the mod of LSF if you can't like delete these comments? Where's the LSF post? It's not even here anymore. What the fuck? Did they delete it? No, it just died. It's down.
Nathan.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. All right, so we're gonna be switching over to our interview portion of the stream. I hope you don't mind that I was talking about the Destiny shit prior to bringing you on the screen.
Oh no, that's totally okay.
Okay, this is great. All right, let me switch my scenes. Let me switch.
Hey, take your time.
Look at that. Is it working? Okay, look at that. It
Oh my
almost
God,
looks
incredible.
professional. We almost did it in one smooth motion. Look at that. All right.
Yeah.
Welcome in. All right. I have to grab this window over to here because I don't want that to leak. Okay. All right. Casey Tron, famous streamer, one of the OGs, says she's buying your book right now.
Oh wait, that's incredible.
So
yeah,
you
she's
probably
quoted
could have
him,
gotten
man.
a free book, Casey.
Yeah, definitely. Except for the
Buy it
she
anyway.
could have
Buy it anyway.
replied to DMs. It's fine.
Well, okay. Let me just. I hope you don't mind. I prefer a conversational style
Absolutely.
over
Yeah, I think that's the best way to
doing
do it.
like interviews with questions, like a journalistic person would do. I just like to chill and just talk and have you meet my community. We see all of you are on the chat. We're reading the chat now. So let me see.
Like
here.
everyone's saying, get Hassan off the screen.
Oh yeah,
Hassan
yeah. Fuck
awfully
Hassan.
quiet.
Yeah. Who cares about Hassan? I just use up debate.
Yeah, yeah, of
there
course,
it
of
is.
course.
That's what we wanted. Okay.
There we go.
beautiful.
Technically, Hassan is also in that book, so he's still on screen in a way.
True. So, wow. This is incredible. My book, Stream Big, is out now. It tells the story of Twitch through the lens of 9 different streamers, large and small. Should have picked me as one of the 9. I'm just gonna say.
mean, yeah, you're quoted in there. Just
I
you
am
know, as you
quoted.
saw
That
the
is
other
true.
night, you're in there glazing Hassan.
Oh, I can't believe you did that to me. I thought that was background, Jason, Nathan. Like, what are you doing? You're violating journalistic ethics. They were right. They were right. I said this is on background, and here he is quoting me.
I don't think you said that,
No,
but whatever.
I didn't say that. I'm kidding.
Okay, good. I was like,
He was like, oh no, they're going to reveal. So Nathan, why don't you go ahead and why don't you give your biography for the community, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so I'm a journalist and reporter. I've been covering games and topics adjacent to games like content creation and live streaming for a long time. Like I've been a journalist for like 15 years, and then I started covering Twitch and content creation probably like 7 or 8 years ago at least. And yeah, so right now I work for a site called Aftermath. We are a worker-owned and reader-supported website about games and digital culture. And before that, I was at the Washington Post. And then before that, I was at Kotaku back when Kotaku was still good.
Yeah, I mean, anytime anything's good, it gets ruined, by capitalists. What can you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to watch, or not interesting. It's been really sad to watch what's happened to the country because, so Kotaku was, bought by a private equity firm, which then basically stripped it and all these other websites for parts. And half the stuff that the United States government is doing right now mirrors what happened to those websites. It's just the private equity playbook, but run on a country.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good place to start, because this is something that's near and dear to my heart, which is I'm a gamer, I've been playing video games since 1988, chat. So it's been a minute. I started off with the regular Nintendo, playing Duck Hunt and all that shit, I still have my original Nintendo somewhere. I have my gold, I think it was Zelda 2 cartridge and stuff like that. So I've been a long time gamer. And the one thing I've kind of seen that has bothered me quite a bit has been the way gaming culture has adopted these narratives about what is ruining gaming. So I think this is the best place to start, which is I have seen gaming go from this niche thing that you were kind of embarrassed to even admit you did. Being a video gamer in 1992 was kind of another way of saying you are a friendless nerd. You know what I mean?
I mean, I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. That's for damn sure.
No, I did. So that's what you.
You were very
I'm just
popular.
kidding, I'm kidding. But and then it kind of grew into the mainstream. You know, with my generation, I think it was my generation that really made gaming like a normal activity that you could do that wasn't loser shit, right? When I went to college originally, it was before Xbox Live, so just to understand, right? When I was in college, we had the original Xbox, and we would do system link shit, you know, and then we figured out a way to do it through the like Ethernet of the college, so we could be playing our four player split screen in one dorm, and they were playing their 4-player split screen in another dorm. It was really amazing hack. So this is pre Xbox Live shit. And to see, so just to bring it back to a question that you can answer, which is, why do you think the right wing has been so effective in distracting from like the way that capitalism has made gaming a way to extract profit, and kind of replace the blame and move it to like marginalized groups or like individuals? What do you think is the, like, you know, what is you, just to answer, just to make a question more concise, what do you think is the cause of like this conservative gaming culture led by figures like Asmongold that blames these people instead of like the way gaming is designed to make money?
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to kind of that nerd culture origin you were talking about, where, you know, you had a lot of people who played video games and felt like they were outcast from society. They were ostracized. They didn't have a lot of friends. And so then, you know, further down the line, games are mainstream, have achieved massive mainstream acceptance. They're a huge industry. Everybody plays games now.
Bigger than
but you
movies.
still have that contingent of people who feel like they either are or were oppressed for playing video games at some point in their life. And that then you have all these other people who aren't like them trying to come in and take the hobby away from them. And that's like not correct. That's not what's actually happening. Just more people are playing games, more people are making games. That's going to lead to a more diverse selection of both people and, you know, games and art and whatnot. But it's very easy to manipulate people along those lines, to be like, hey, this thing that you have defined your identity with, someone else is coming to take it away from you, even though they haven't earned it like you did.
Yeah. I think I talk about this sometimes, is one of the, and I want to like get your thoughts on this. I have kind of a theory where a lot of the like gaming commentary space is actually people who don't like gaming anymore, like just playing video games in general, and like they're more nostalgic for their childhood innocence. They're more nostalgic to the way they used to feel playing games as a kid. You know, the not having the anxiety of being an adult and kind of just be able to lose yourself in a game, and, you know, the escapism of it. So it's like almost a nostalgia that they're pining for, right?
Yeah.
And instead of like maturing and understanding that I'm an adult man now and I have adult male responsibilities and I enjoy gaming as a hobby when I can, they have this nostalgia, and it's being kind of captured by alt-right forces so they could use them politically for what is really just, you don't really like gaming that much anymore, and you're nostalgic for an old way you used to feel, and it's being hijacked by fascists to convince you to target minorities for their political power.
Yeah. I mean, there's also like kind of there's another thing happening there too, I think, which I get to in the book to an extent. A lot of those streamers, or a lot of those content creators, may not necessarily like games anymore because they also don't play them in a way that lends itself to enjoyability. Like, you know, when it's your job, when you are playing games, the same games, oftentimes, somebody like Asmongold played a ton of World of Warcraft, for example, playing those games for like 8 or 10 hours per day, like you're going to burn out really hard on them and probably experience them very differently from somebody who's just playing them as a hobby. Like, you know, dips in and out a couple hours per day, just like when they feel like having fun. And so then down the line, you're like, okay, these games need to be updated more. They need to change more. They've got to be different, because I personally am getting bored. And you get this weird effect where these people who do not play these games normally believe that they should be the main audience for them.
Right.
And that like the game should be updated along the lines that they want them to be. But I think that no number of updates can stop somebody who's playing a game for like 10 plus hours per day from getting tired of it, from wanting something new. And then on top of that, you have the other compounding factor of just like the way that big games are made has changed a lot over the past couple of decades. They are now made by hundreds or thousands of people over the course of sometimes 8 or more years. And that results in companies wanting to make things that are very safe. Or, I mean, what you hear a lot now is that almost every development process for a major game was a fucking disaster internally. Take it, for example, the most recent Dragon Age. That game was rebooted multiple times in development. It started out as like a live service multiplayer game. Then it turned into a different kind of game. Then it turned into like this weird mishmash of elements from both attempts at making it, where they were just like, get it out the door.
That's amazing.
Yeah, like their internal goal is just make something that isn't totally busted. And they like achieved it, but what came out of all of that was still like at best pretty mid, right? And that's what you see a lot. Like so many big games that come out now are not egregiously broken, but they are merely functional because of all of these different factors that just happen in development. Because making big games is not the way that we do it right now. It's not sustainable. It's
just to build off what you're saying and raise a topic that I think you might be well positioned to discuss. Those of us on the left, we talk about the shitification of everything, which is like, this is something that you're seeing in all aspects of society, not just video games, but movies, other art, music, just the products that you buy on the store. We're seeing like less and less polish. We're seeing more and more slapdash, just in time, profit driven. I call it MBA thinking or bean counter thinking, where they like, you buy a product because it's a quality product and you learn about it word of mouth. And then they, the company starts to expand. They start hiring senior management with MBAs, and they start saying, well, I'm going to cut back on the material cost. We'll make 5% more profit if the denim is thinner, Well, now you're not buying those jeans are no longer a superior product compared to all the rest of the jeans that are out there. They're just another, and we see this like, with luxury brands, right? Michael Kors was originally this really luxury brand, and now it's like being shitified. It's becoming, slop that you find in the bargain bin because the quality of the product is declining. And so you have these cycles of like a passionate engineer or a passionate artist or a passionate like product developer makes a really outstanding product, and then that company grows, and then it matures into a public company, and then it just becomes focused on making profits for shareholders, and it sucks. And we especially see this in gaming, and I think the best example in modern gaming for the left-wing perspective being right, in my opinion, is Baldur's Gate 3. Because it shows how, so that's like a mid-sized studio, correct?
Yeah, they're like a few hundred people, basically.
So it's not like an indie project, but it's not. It's also not EA. It doesn't have those tens of thousands of people. But many people recognize that as an outstanding video game, right? And it's an outstanding video game because the man who created it, it's an auteur. It is an artist who wanted to make a certain game. Damn it, if it makes money or not, it's going to be this way. And he was rich, so he was able to fund that development. And he was focused on the artistic merit of the game, right? As opposed to, how do I figure out ways of making this the most profitable possible game? How do I take advantage of psychological tricks?
Well, it was also like, it was a very well-managed project too. And that like internally, they scoped it well. They knew what they wanted to achieve. They like set a deadline for when it needed to be done. And like they blew past that a little bit, but they didn't fall into all these traps that a lot of modern game developers do, at least at the bigger studios, where it's like, okay, we're going to delay it again. Oh shit, actually this game is not turning out the way we wanted. Okay, reboot it because, our executives are worried, or like it's not going to please shareholders. It's not going to sell enough. Okay, add all these elements, chase all these trends. But like, no, we're not going to chase any trends. We're just going to do this game that's sort of in the style of an older version of the PC RPG, but it's going to have all these new elements that we came up with that are like unique to us. And we think it'll find an audience because we want to play it. And so hopefully other people will want to as well. And yeah, it worked. Does that work every time? Unfortunately, no. Like the video game market is super saturated.
Sometimes
hundreds
people
of games
make
come out
bad
on
games,
Steam
though.
every week.
It's true
and,
of
like,
anything. Right? It's true of any like artistic project. Sometimes you're going to write a book, even if you have the best of intentions. Like what makes art is the execution. And you can't, and capitalism doesn't care about that. In fact, they don't believe it. And this is to build off what you're saying. Like the big film studios, they don't really believe in such a thing as a good movie. They just think it's like, how is a movie positioned towards the demographics?
Will it make
how is
$1 billion? Yes or no?
Is the marketing good? Did they have a good marketing budget? Did they release it? You know, like were they catching the trend? How was the algorithm? Like the auteur art of making, or the vision of an auteur, or the vision of even a collaborative film. It doesn't have to be a single vision. I was
going to say,
that.
I think that in video games, because of people like Hideo Kojima,
they still have that.
The idea of the auteur is overestimated in general games, of this massive collaborative effort. You know, in movies, directors have a lot of say. In video games, the director has comparatively less say, and it's very much about like the team and what they're all able to achieve together. And especially for some of the bigger games, ones that do turn out good, like it's pretty miraculous, like how much they are able to coordinate and create something that feels cohesive, despite there being hundreds or thousands of people working on it.
Yeah. Oh no, totally. Like my overall beliefs on this is, it's like, I think a lot of regular gamers really underestimate just how difficult making a game is, especially a modern, you know, AAA or you know, a game that has millions of dollars of investment in it. And so the reason why I bring in the initiatification and I'm bringing in these other ideas about capitalism and exploitation and shareholders is, we can see a lot of what makes games bad. Like you brought up that Dragon Age game. The Dragon Age game probably was shifted back to an RPG to chase Baldur's Gate. Like when they saw how successful a traditional RPG game with a fantasy theme did, they were like, oh, we could actually just make Dragon Age. but they had spent so much time chasing that live service crap multiplayer vision. Why was that even pursued in the first place? I doubt that the, you know, developer focused. That was probably a mandate from, you know, the board or from
certainly
from the C-suite. You know, they were chasing some trend.
Yeah, ever since BioWare was purchased by EA, like, you know, almost every game that they make has chased some trend or another. Like Mass Effect became progressively more of an action game series. Dragon Age has chased every trend in the book. Like Dragon Age Inquisition was inspired by MMO design. Anthem, which flopped majorly, was like this live service, you know, Destiny rival, at least it wanted to be. Yeah, I mean, like this is always where it comes from, is executives meddling and then turning things that could be good into shells of themselves.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're kind of seeing constantly in our society, and then that's why that's to like draw it back into streaming. Okay, so we have that analysis. I think we've established that, you know, the way that games are made now is for profit, and that creates certain incentives, which is, you know, you have executives who don't care about games. They would leave EA and go work for Coca-Cola. You know what I mean? Right. They're there to make profits for the shareholders, and line go up, and they look at art like any other commodity. They don't believe in, they're not there for art. They're there to make money. Okay, and that has led to a certain type of industry that we're burdened with, which is focused on extracting the most money it can from the communities that enjoy the product, right? And so that draws us to streaming, right? Because streamers are this incredibly powerful new form of media where an individual voice, which doesn't have institutional backing, can grow a community, can grow a position of prominence, and can speak their mind largely free of the traditional constraints of media. You know, we don't have to worry so much about advertisers. We don't have to worry so much because we're directly supported by our communities. We have more leeway to speak our minds and pursue different perspectives that may have been suppressed in prior versions of mass media.
Although, I mean, if we're talking about games in particular, you know, it depends on the people, because some people rely heavily on brand deals with oftentimes like game publishers and whatnot. So you still have these potential conflicts of interest, or, you know, I think especially if you're kind of a mid-sized or smaller creator and you rely a lot on those deals for your income, then like you may as well be fucking muzzled, you know, because you're too worried about pissing everyone off and not getting access anymore, which is a similar problem to what a lot of games journalists faced back in the day.
That is right out of Noam Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent, the 5 filters. You know, one of them is advertising and access. You know, the idea of, I don't want to say something about this game being shit, live service slop, because I want to be invited to the next pre-release. I want to get the keys early, right? Like one of the main ways people grow in the gaming space is they get a beta key and they get permission to release gameplay early. So like regular people like me, you know, I can't get access to the game early. So if a person gets a key early and they get permission to publish gameplay, everybody who's interested in that game is going to click on them, and they're going to get a huge advantage. So there's a huge incentive to play ball if you actually want to be a successful gaming streamer, right?
Yeah.
So you're exactly right. The advertisers are controlling the content, and they are undermining those people that are honest, and it's creating a climate where, people are yes men, or they are company shills.
Yeah, exactly. And, again, this is not a new problem necessarily. I think this is the same problem that you saw, especially in like the magazine era of games journalism, and to an extent still in the web era. It's always been there. It's just that I think that if we're talking about journalism, then at least some publications tried to act like, okay, well, no, we have this firewall between editorial and advertising. These are handled by separate departments, all of that. Whereas I think a lot of content creators, by virtue of being, not necessarily big teams. I mean, like in some cases, you'll have like a streamer and their mods, but their mods are volunteers. They're not really part of a team. They're not getting paid. It's one person handling a lot of this stuff, and therefore like taking deals and then also doing the commentary and thinking in the back of their head, well, that person gave me a code and they might get pissed at me if I say what I really think, which is that this game is dog shit. So I'm going to say that this game is got some issues, but you should still check it out. Haha. That kind of a thing. So, it's just like the lines are very blurry, which is not ideal. But then at the same time,
so
especially I think when creators get
journalism
bigger,
has a point.
Yeah.
I actually
sort of.
But that's and this is how I would, not to interrupt you, but I just want to kind of create a narrative connection with all these ideas that we've been playing with, which is, okay, so you have this industry of shills, you have the with streamers, right, which are the biggest public voices talking about gaming, and then you have this incestuous industry run for profit, but you still have consumers and regular people seeing that the games suck and complaining about it, and possibly creating a kind of ground up grassroots effort to constrain or regulate the corporations to maybe push the industry toward more, smaller studios, or, collectively owned products, or things that are not from, the big corporations, and make their line go down. And to square that circle, to prevent that, we have to find a populist target to explain why games are bad, and that simultaneously protects the industry from real criticism.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the beginnings of that, in that all of the layoffs in the games industry in the past couple of years have been a lightning rod for this kind of conversation. Because on one hand, you have companies just laying people off willy-nilly. Even like this week, the North American team for Marvel Rivals got laid off. Now, granted, not a huge team, only like a handful of people. I think the number is like 6 or something, maybe a little bit more than that.
Right.
But still, like, pretty ridiculous when you're talking about one of the breakout success stories in all of video games in the past handful of years. Like, no live service game takes off the way that Marvel Rivals did, improbably. And yet people still lost their jobs, which, why? Because of line go up, basically.
I think that's
an easy story to... Yeah, that's an easy story to sell. That's an easy story to package. And then on the other side of that, you have the ongoing unionization effort in video games, which is still pretty nascent, still pretty small relative to the size of the industry. But that can, repeatedly bang that drum of saying, look at all these layoffs that are happening. This is terrible. This isn't fair. And like, these games are generating more profit than ever. So we need to protect ourselves. We need to protect workers, the people who are actually creating these games that are so good as to merit, all this money coming in.
I would say that the Marvel Rivals one, I'm going to give a little bit of a heterodox opinion on this one. I think this one might be a larger geopolitical situation with...
It is. NetEase is like trying to pull a lot of people from... Yeah, they have a whole plan in place. This was apparently something they were going to do, or they had set up before Marvel Rivals even like became this big success story.
It's more like the U.S. is targeting China for global isolation, and so Chinese companies are kind of retrenching and bringing their the workers back home, workers back to China. And I think it's all related. I mean, this is all related to a larger you know, it's not necessarily for me the best example of this, although you're right. I mean, it sucks. I feel bad for those guys, but I don't know how much of that was necessarily just that company trying to make money versus protecting itself from, you know, incoming sanctions.
Well,
and
I mean,
like
why is it protecting itself? To make money. Like, this is the bottom line of every company.
Sure, yeah.
So,
I mean, protecting itself from the U.S. government, yeah.
Yeah. I think that even in these cases, it's still an example of kind of what gives or what goes first, which is always the workers. It's never the executives. It's never the people who are actually drawing these massive paychecks. Anytime that there's any sign of, you know, choppy waters or whatever, they're like, okay, get rid of employees, get rid of workers, get rid of the people who make games and who are responsible for their success, not these people, these vampires who are pulling these massive paychecks while doing basically nothing.
Well, that's how our entire society is structured, you know?
Yeah, but if you can like point to this really concrete example of it in an industry people know, then they start to like really latch on to the idea. And they're like, wait, this is tangibly affecting me. I care now.
Yeah, and I think this is the larger point. Like, so now we have creators like Asmongold, and we also have like weird. I don't know if Asmongold is the worst of the worst on this specific topic. I think he engages with it and he panders with it. He's not necessarily like the number one numero uno evil harasser of developers, but I think he boosts it, which is this idea that there is a secret, I don't know, leftist cabal or, you know,
I mean, it's like the DEI.
DEI or Jewish if they're really alt-right. Like, you know, it's Jewish if they're alt-right. It's DEI if they're like, you know, far right. You know, it's, you know, it's so you have this kind of like shadowy cabal of like non-gamer people that are trying to propagandize us and force us to be exposed to like trans characters and black women and like we just why can't we go back to games where they were big-titted blondes and ruthless, you know, muscle-bound grunting guys saying yeah while with the cigar in his mouth, right?
No, the DEI conspiracy works so well that I live in New York now, where I see those types of people every day. They forced me to do this. I didn't have a choice.
Yeah. I mean, I think you are one of the main sources of the conspiracy. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it also. But can you give an account of what the DEI conspiracy even is? Like, can you explain it to the audience? What they're even arguing?
So, in games, because it's so ridiculous and it's like metamorphized so many times. But the genesis of it, where it really like took root, was last year. Gamers and like I think like one of the main ringleaders for it was like Mark Kern, and then Asmongold picked it up.
Mark Kern.
But they like identified this consultancy firm called Sweet Baby Inc. Who basically what they do is narrative consultation. They help people punch up their scripts essentially, and then on the side, in addition to that, they can help people out with like issues of diversity and, you know, making characters from diverse backgrounds more realistic, by virtue of like a lot of the people who work there having lived experience. Like a lot of them are people of color or people who are not heterosexual or things of that nature. And so they've worked on a number of high profile projects, albeit again in a consulting capacity. So basically, you know, they take a look at where the game's at, say, here are our recommendations. You can use them if you want. If not, oh well. And that's pretty much the extent of it. In a couple cases, they've embedded with teams. I think they were embedded with like the God of War team. But by and large,
isn't that
fairly
considered
minor
a
role.
good game? Like, is it God
It
of
is.
War?
Well,
like...
no, this is the really funny part. Is like the like anti-Sweet Baby people were like, they've ruined every game they've touched, and it's this list of like award-winning games, and it's like, you know, aside from most of them, but they turned it into this conspiracy that like Sweet Baby was like walking around in the shadows with like a gun to the back of the head of the industry, like saying you must incorporate diversity into all of these games, and if you don't, we will somehow make you pay. And like suggesting that, for example, they like added gay pride flags to Spider-Man 2. Like they made that possible, even though that's not really their job. They don't. I mean, isn't it in New York
City? Like, that's New York City. There's gay pride flags everywhere. Like, what are you talking about?
There
it's
sure
like,
are.
Yeah. So that's
like
almost...
all these ridiculous arguments. And so then that sort of just spiraled outward into this broader notion of like, There are secret pockets of DEI everywhere in video games, and they're the reason games are bad now. It's not because of these larger structural issues. It's not because executives mismanaging development projects. It's not because of layoffs. It's not because of all these things that you can see in front of your eyes. It is instead shadowy cabal. Like, it's the classic, fascist playbook or whatever you want to say. Like, you make up a shadowy cabal, and then you say they're everywhere, and only a few powerful people at the top can weed them out.
Right. And one of the things that's really interesting about that in particular is, once again, my more left-wing materialist analysis is superior to explain even Sweet Baby Inc. because it's like, why is the industry interested in being more authentically diverse? Why is the industry interested in having games that are like at least aware on these topics? And the answer is money. So they can sell it to more people, so they could expand, because the middle-aged incel game obsessive guy, they're already fully penetrated that, right? So they're trying to get games that would appeal to new markets and expand the market. This is the capitalist imperative, right? How do we make our games appealing to more and more people so that more and more people will want to buy them? There's different strategies for doing that, but if you just like, maybe you adjust a narrative a little bit, or you show a little bit more representation, or you show a little bit more fleet-footedness and some of these topics, you can make these games more interesting to more marginalized or like marginal gamers. What I mean by that is like somebody who may or may not buy every game, right? Or somebody who may only buy one game a year. If you get those
which
people
is most people who play games, by the way. Like, most people don't buy that many games. People who are like playing a new thing every other week are in the minority. They are like a very, active minority within video games. But like most people, buy 1 or 2 games per year. It's a big release, and that's all they play. They play Call of Duty or FIFA. And then other people just pop in, once every several years for like the new Zelda or the new GTA or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's actually good for gaming to get more people as gamers, right? And and for these games it's like a very low hanging fruit. It's high rate of return for these companies to do that. And so it's just like, and as long as you're not fundamentally undermining the project itself, I think you're an idiot not to try to do that. Now,
and like the problem is that they are fundamentally undermining the project itself, just in other ways. But because there are now more diverse characters, it's easy for people to conflate, they added these more diverse characters, and at the same time, this game series got bad. And it's like, well, then one must have caused the other.
Exactly.
When in reality, if you look even slightly beneath the like surface level, that's obviously not true. But it's such, again, like I was saying earlier, it's such an easy narrative to weaponize, and so people do.
And I think this is the main point, is that this narrative is weaponized, and it in fact defends the status quo. It defends the big corporations. Ironically, by targeting Sweet Baby Inc., you're protecting EA. By targeting Sweet Baby Inc., you're protecting the live service model, the C-suite guys that are really making game shit, that are putting loot boxes into everything. They're making, time gating everything, making everything live service, making everything, how do we extract as much money out as possible out of your pocket? How do we release broken games and fix them with DLCs? All this kind of stuff is conflated to, there's a gay character in it. And then, one of the things, and then this brings me to the next question I want to talk to you about. And maybe we could talk about Twitch, non-gaming Twitch.
Yeah, let's do it.
Which is, okay, so, but then you have this is why I said Baldur's Gate 3 earlier. Baldur's Gate 3 has the most woke-ass character creator I've ever seen in my life. I made a trans female character, and I was able to select their penis, and slightly adjust their voice, and it's just like, there is, and there was pronouns, and it's like, there's never been a more woke character creator than Baldur's Gate 3, and that is recognized as one of the best RPGs ever made, and yet these guys seemingly don't have any emotion in condemning it as woke. How does that make sense? How did they, what is there any attempt to explain woke can be fun?
Well, I mean, this is always the thing, it's the same underlying, like, because these are the same people who banged the drum for years of like, go woke, go broke. And they just, every time that something that was ostensibly woke did really well, like, because they first started, saying all of that, during the peak Marvel era. So you had all these movies that featured, you know, at least like attempts at, or like performative progressivism, right? Like the movies themselves and their messaging is very regressive, but they at least like put, you know, people of color and like occasionally almost maybe hinted at people being queer on screen. And they're like, oh, well, you know, everything that's even a little bit woke is going to fail miserably. And then $1 billion box office, $1 billion box office, $1 billion box office. And they're like, not that, something else.
It's not, it's
so,
actually
you know,
not woke.
And it's always been this inherent contradiction of them saying, oh, everything woke is bad. Don't look over there. That thing is, it doesn't count. It's different. It's like, no, it's not. You just exclude everything that doesn't fit your very narrow argument.
Yeah, and I think we've largely seen this play out in politics broader, and this is like one of the something that I wrestle with, which is the idea of these kind of thought terminating cliches or like punchy talking points to avoid grappling with stuff with any level of substance, right? One of the things that I deal with is people, you know, and as a friend and collaborator with Hassan, one of the things that happens to Hassan is people will be like, "Oh, you support terrorists. You know, you are a terrorist supporter." And then you go, "Okay, what do you mean by that?" And then well, he had the Houthi on his stream, and he played terrorist music, and I was like, "Okay, the kid wasn't a Houthi. He was a 19-year-old from Yemen. He said he wasn't a Houthi." So he wasn't a member of, and the Houthis were not a terrorist organization at the time because they were suffering from a Saudi genocide. And it was a mainstream liberal position that we should stop supporting Saudi Arabia's aggressive war in Yemen. But people have picked up these like talking points, and then they throw them out there, and then they don't engage with it further. It's like, okay, now that I broke this down, he isn't a terrorist supporter. Actually, he has criticized these groups. Why do you like Hassan now? And it's like, no, I don't. He's a champagne socialist. You know.
Yeah, they move to the next thing.
Exactly.
There's always another thing. And
there's
like half the time, it's all a game of telephone. So they heard all this from someone else. They have no idea about the context. If you ask them to break down, like, why is he a terrorist supporter? They couldn't do it. They'd be like, well, someone told me that. And like that's kind of conversation on the internet in general, right? People like define their positions and take these really hardline stances based on almost no information that they actually obtain themselves. It's all secondhand through people who have a vested interest in making them mad about something. And like, it just goes on and on and on that way. It doesn't lend itself at all to like good faith arguments or conversation. It's just a never ending spiral.
Yeah. And so that brings me to kind of like the book. I want to get back to the book. How do you like, what do you think is unique about streaming as a content? And what are some of like, you know, really exciting things about streaming from the perspective of journalism? And what are some of the like really depressing and concerning things that we might need to address going forward?
Well, to like kind of take things from, or to kind of talk about, like, for example, Hassan he's made this point a lot, where one of the upsides of streaming in particular is that because you can be present for such a long period of time and talk for such a long time, you actually can get these more nuanced points across.
Correct.
And, you know, if somebody in chat is voicing a misconception, you can pull them aside and say, hey, let's break this down a little bit. Let's use this as an example to show to everyone else, not necessarily to change this particular person's mind or to castigate them so that they like never make this mistake again, but more as just like, this can be, we can all learn from this. If you meet somebody in the future who's saying these same things, now you know what to say to them in response. That's really handy. That entire mechanism is really nice. And like, you know, if you have a good and engaged audience, then a lot of the conversations you'll be having just by virtue of the format will probably be pretty good faith. Like, you know, you'll get some shitheads in chat after a certain size because you always do. But a lot of your audience will probably be like chill and looking to learn from you and talk to you and, you know, spend this time well. Now, there are all these other mechanisms online. Huh?
Can I jump in just to back up what you're saying here? So basically, this is why I think streaming is causing such existential crises among more mainstream media. Is like, we have demonstrated, and I think podcasting did this as well, which is that people don't want to be treated like a fifth grader. They don't want fifth grade level conversations that are 10 minutes. They want you, they don't want to just be, and a lot of mass media has been focused on conclusions rather than coming to conclusions. So it's like, You turn on, you open them at New York Times and it's like, the Houthis are evil and we need to fight a war against them, right? Like, it's not, this is a discussion of, geopolitical questions, and there's not a, this is, we have the Persian Gulf and it produces oil for Japan, and, this is, there's a dependency of the world economy, and this group represents a threat to an ally, a strategic ally of ours, Saudi Arabia. Like, people are not having conversations of depth with geopolitics.
Right.
It is, these are designated terrorists from from people in authority supporting the status quo ideas, right? And that is what mass media is for. Mass media is for creating societal consensus around elite-derived conclusions, right?
Yep.
Where streaming is not that. Streaming is a bottom-up, in a certain sense, meritocracy for certain positions that are coming from a personality that is free from the elite gatekeeping and selection process and, wealth. It doesn't take a lot to start a stream, right? And so I could build up my community offering an alternative perspective, and I could do it with analytical depth. And when people talk to me, and I could bring up the New York Times op-ed page, I could read it, then I could pull up sources from the United Nations or, Amnesty International, or I can show this book from a historian, and I could give all this context, and I could have
you could show this book, Stream Big by Nathan Grayson.
Exactly. Buy Stream Big. And that, I think, is what makes streaming so much more compelling than traditional television or other forms of media, is that we are able to have a long-term, interactive, in-depth conversation that treats the audience like adults.
Which, because, so I saw somebody in chat a few minutes ago say that, like, most people are dumber than fifth graders. And I don't agree with that. I think that most people are pretty intelligent. It's just that, they've been propagandized and militarized into believing all of this really stupid stuff and into, like, biting on all these bad faith arguments because that's all they've ever been fed. And if you give people, like, a better diet of information, and I'm not saying that, like, we can win all these battles with the marketplace of ideas. I think that's also a stupid position. But I think that in general, if you, treat people like they're actually intelligent and, like, give them good information, then they will oftentimes come to pretty good conclusions. They're just drowned in terrible slop. And also, under capitalism, they're forced to be working constantly. They don't have time to actually, like, learn or create coherent positions for themselves. And that's all by design.
There's one other thing that I would say. The other thing is, I call it pundit brain. But basically, we have all been trained to have contempt for other people. And so we need to manipulate others. And it's like, you don't vote for what you believe is the right answer. You vote for what you calculate your dumbass neighbor will accept. You know what I mean? It's like, nobody was saying, I can't wait to vote for Joe Biden in 2020. It was the manipulation that was done on people was to make them manipulators, which is, I don't like Joe, but he's electable. Why is he electable? Well, because some other person would vote for him because he's more moderate or whatever. And so the Democratic Party, we had a situation in 2020 where the majority of people who supported Medicare for All voted for Biden. And it's like, you voted against what you think is the good policy because you were concerned about manipulating or creating, picking something that somebody else would find attractive, rather than effectively asserting your beliefs or your interests, which is what that's what politics is supposed to be. It's supposed to be these different interest groups, asserting their interest and their knowledge. That's the magic of democracy, right? I have knowledge, I have interest, I assert that, and then we come together to a compromise. As opposed to that, it was almost like a pre-compromise. I don't vote for what I believe or what my interests are. I'm voting for what other people will think is acceptable. And they're trained in that pundit brain. They're trained in that fifth grade horse race politics. They're not trained in class consciousness. They're not trained in my interest and I have a right and believing in, a better world. And that's what I'm trying to untrain people. Is it's like, because you believe other people are stupid, because you believe other people are unreachable, you vote stupid. You vote unreachable. You transform yourself into the dumbass because you're now no longer supporting.
It's painting clown makeup on your face, man.
Exactly. And that's what our media does. Our media trains us to think everyone else is an asshole, everyone else is violent, everyone else is stupid, everyone else is unreachable, everyone else is unpersuadable. And then all of a sudden you find yourself voting for Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and before you know it, Donald Trump is winning. And
Right.
that is the crisis that we have. Stop, and this is my big message. Stop voting for what other people find attractive and start voting for what you find attractive. And then we'll fight it out. Then we'll see where we end up. And like, I don't know how you break free of that kind of MSNBC pundit brain being in people's minds. And that's why the first thing I try to say to people is actually, most people are good people. Most people are intelligent. Most people can be trained. Most people, they're just trapped, as you rightly said, in a swirl of dumbass propaganda and bullshit. And that is what I think is really exciting about streaming is we get to have those conversations and we get to, deal with those arguments.
And like the fact that those conversations are resonating with people too. I mean, there's a reason why people like Hassan and yourself have these really large audiences, because they realize they can sense that something is wrong. And, you guys are putting words to what that is and allowing them to see better alternatives, which exist and have existed for a very long time. There have been tons of people fighting against these systems. They just have gotten drowned out by more traditional media or treated as fringe or equated with like movements that are not even as big as theirs. All of the normal problems with traditional media. And now there's finally a chance for something different to potentially arise. I think we're in that very precarious moment where either we could make something really, really good out of what's about, the catastrophe that's about to occur, or things could just be worse than we could ever comprehend for an indefinite period of time.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on, if we were to talk about politics for a second, there's a lot of pressure on the American hegemony now because the cracks in our system and the lead that we had is running out, right? Like the United States, imagine a mile-long race and the U.S. was 20 seconds ahead. But now we're in the final lap and China is, sprinting and we're dragging ass. And like, either we find the second wind and start sprinting again ourselves, or else they're just going to blow right on by us. And their system, and I have a lot of criticisms of it, but I have a lot more sympathy for it than almost every other person in the fucking political sphere, because I actually look at results, right? And I think that the way that China has raised 700 million people out of poverty, well, there are other countries, there's like India, there is Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, there's Latin America. Well, they have not found that same success. So there's something
also
about their
more than
model.
the population of the United States.
Correct. Yeah, there's something about their model that has utility and should be learned from. And part of that is like they dream big, they invest for the long term, know, and like I think we could steal that. We used to do that, and we need to do that now if we want to have, a more cosmopolitan or some of the liberal values you and I are accustomed to being properly. And when I say liberal values, I mean stuff like freedom of speech. I get to call Donald Trump Drump or whatever the fuck. I think that has some value, right? And the cosmopolitan sexuality of an urbanite, that I have, right? Like I think that those things, it's good, that those things are permitted. There's a Cheeto in the White House, yeah, exactly. I think it's good that you're allowed to call him a Cheeto, right? But overall, so what I'm trying to say here is like, this is what the exciting part of streaming is for me, and one thing that I would suggest to you is actually we already have our first streamer president. Do you know who I'm thinking of?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're talking about how they got into the White House or what helped them, like Trump definitely was aided by like Aiden Ross.
I would say
Theo
that Donald,
Vaughn, the Nelk Boys, etc.
I would say he's more of a Twitter president. But
he definitely is. But I mean,
streamer adjacent.
Through Barron, embraced the kind of content creation scene this time in the manosphere.
Yeah,
and like that helped him. Like it's hard to measure exactly how much that helped him. But getting endorsed by like fucking FaZe Banks couldn't have hurt.
I would say I will give you partial credit, but the person that I'm really thinking of is the person who streams every day on YouTube, Claudia Scheinbaum, the president of Mexico. And this is something that AMLO used to do.
Man, Mexico is fucking doing great right now.
Mexico is winning, chat. Mexico's winning. So Claudia, who worked on the IPCC and has a PhD and is one of the most exciting leaders in the world, and AMLO before her, the founder of her party, they stream he would do like 3 or 4 hours. She does like 2 or 3 hours every day. and they will go up there and they do a live stream and they have regular Mexicans and they come and talk about things and they're like, they point out what they're doing, what the problems are, and they get, they take live feedback. It's a streamer shit. It's streamer shit.
Yeah. It's like using the medium as actual content creators use it, as opposed to. So this was a thing
as opposed to Trump going on one.
Yeah,
I will give you partial credit for him embracing streaming as an idea, but she actually
even before
streams.
that though. Even before that, so in my book, like in the chapter focused on Hassan and politics and whatnot, I wrote most of that chapter in like 2023, 2020, a little bit in 2024, and that was the period of time where like AOC had done her streams, had played Among Us with people, had gotten these massive viewerships, and then there weren't really politicians following her. Like, I mean, of all people, fucking Matt Gaetz tried and got like 6 viewers and gave up forever.
Streaming's hard.
Yeah, it's really hard. And so there's this question of, why aren't politicians using this? Oh, and what's because it requires this massive time commitment. And like, if you're not doing it to do it, then you're just not going to build an audience.
They have the time.
Yeah. And so it's funny because in my book, I was like, I guess just like the way that this is going to happen from now on is more that politicians will come on other people's streams, but they probably won't do it themselves. And now, like, I've got to, go into that part of my book and write "never mind" in giant capital letters.
Yeah, but I actually I do think that, and if you look at her approval rating, it's in the 70%, and that's after 5 years of her party in power. So just to kind of like understand, and they went through COVID, they went through some really difficult shit, right? They have this cartels that were absolutely shot through the prior Mexican government with corruption. They have a hostile neighbor. I mean, the United States is a dangerous and interventionist. The U.S. Intelligence services are absolutely shot through. USAID supporting all sorts of like anti-AMLO organizations. Like they're in a dangerous, precarious, life-threatening situation in Mexico politically, but yet they're winning anyway. They are just overwhelmingly winning. So I think for the left, for the so-called, like the center left, like the real center left, I'll call them left because the center left has been so tainted that you can't even call anyone that, even if they are. People call themselves social democrats who are like neolibs. It's very odd. But I look at that and I say, this is why your book is so interesting to me. It's like, I think of streaming as there's a bifurcation of the media of the future. It's going to be streaming for 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, and it's also going to be ultra short content.
Yeah, 30-second, 90-second, whatever videos.
So it's like we're seeing media of like, highly engaging, highly in depth, and then the dumbest just slop 30-second snippets that are hyper engaging, and that's the way that media is going to bifurcate itself.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because a lot of people will talk about how they engage with TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever, and they'll say, oh yeah, I spent like 4 hours scrolling. So you're still filling the same amount of time. You're just filling it with either hyper digestible nonsense or like one person talking at you unfiltered for several hours. And in both cases, like not all of that is going to be valuable, especially if you're talking about like TikTok or Instagram. You have that effect of like emerging from it in almost like an amnesia like state. Like, what did I hate
it.
I
honestly
what
despise
happened?
it. I despise it.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan either, but I still fucking do it.
I mean, we all occasionally just, I think of it as like almost putting your brain in standby mode.
Yep.
It's like the ultimate, it's like a half sleep. It's like being half asleep for me when I watch
dolphins
these things.
do.
Yeah. Like dolphins do. Like what half of your brain is off. Like, I'll find myself watching Labrador Retriever videos, like that's what my feed can get into. Or my feed is like Labrador Retriever videos and like worker comedy sketches where it's like there's this guy who does a whole thing about like the restaurant industry. There's a guy, he's an eye doctor, and he talks about the medical industry and he does a bunch of skits with like, various types of doctor or nurse or whatever. And he plays all the characters. That's the type of stuff on my feed. What's his Glomlo Flecken? I can't remember his name. It's hard to pronounce. But so, okay. Well, it's already been an hour. I don't know how much longer you want to go. You let me know.
Man, however long. We've only a little bit discussed the book. So
let's do more of the book. Okay. Well, get me back on a bit. Okay. So why did you pick who you picked?
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking.
So just in general, The reason I wrote the book the way that I did was because there are a lot of books out there already about like other platforms. You know, there's the YouTube book, there's a TikTok book, all of those sorts of things, but they're very focused on like the platform itself. They're like, here's how it got started. Here's the people who made that happen. Here are comments from various employees and executives. And I think that in general, there's not like a huge amount of interest in that for most normal people. And especially for Twitch, I just don't. I mean, I've covered Twitch for, again, like 8 years. And anytime that I'd publish an article about Twitch itself, unless it was like about Twitch making some boneheaded decision that everyone got pissed off about, no one would care. People care about personalities. They care about people. And so it's like, okay, I will tell the story of this platform through the people who use it. Because also I think that they're the ones who matter. Twitch wouldn't be what it is without the creators who are on it. If all of them left tomorrow, it would descend into ruin immediately. And also, like, if you look at, you know, the trajectory of the company, it's just gotten worse over time because executives have made worse and worse decisions. And so, yeah, the ones that I picked a pretty wide variety of creators because I wanted to have both big and small creators represented because they live in different worlds. You know, Twitch can say all at once about treating people equally. It doesn't.
Oh,
and
also,
not.
I'm treated completely different than somebody who has, like, you know, if I go to TwitchCon, this is very funny to admit because I think it's ridiculous, but it is true. If I go to TwitchCon, I will have a bodyguard if I want. You know, like I could get, you know, a black car, you know, and shit like that. It's very stupid and funny. But you know, other people, there's like a secret lounge for me, you know, and things like this. I'm sorry, Twitch, but I'm just telling you, this is the reality. Like there is a different way that people are treated, and that kind of does make a little bit of sense to defend Twitch for a second because the internet is very dangerous, and there's a lot of really dangerous psycho people that can hyperfixate on you, and this creates a very intense parasocial relationship. Do you go into like the idea of parasocial relationships in the book?
Oh yeah. So that's present in a lot of chapters. The main one that really touches on it is the chapter about Dream, who, you know, everybody in chat probably is aware of. Some Minecraft YouTuber and streamer. Dream SMP, tons of drama, all that stuff. And so basically it was really funny because I interviewed him a couple days after his face reveal at TwitchCon that year. And so like did that interview, went fine. Even at that time, I like had this inkling of the way that he treats his audience is not entirely appropriate. And so I asked him about some of the parasociality and his thoughts on that. And like, again, I thought it was a pretty prescient interview. I was like, good on me. I'm going to publish like an article on this and then I'll be done with it. And then as I was getting on the plane to go home from TwitchCon, that is when the allegations about Dream came out. I was like scrolling Twitter. I saw the hashtag and I was like, do
you remember what some of them were?
The allegations?
Yes.
Yeah. So they all centered around like his interactions with, you know, girls and women he'd been talking to in DMs, mainly on Snapchat. And so a couple of people suggested that he like either took things too far in what he said, or even that he was going to like travel out to see them. He was like, no, we just talked a little bit and, you know, they're making things up about me. It is unclear to this day, you know, which element of that is true. What is true and what I focused on in my chapter is that he definitely crossed the line in terms of what you should do when you are, you know, a YouTuber with 30 million followers interacting with a fan who's just a normal person who is younger than you and all of this other stuff. Like at that point, you have an obvious responsibility. And it was one that I think Dream tried to not be aware of for a long time, or even tried to, you know, in some cases profit off of.
Yeah, I mean, you know, before you came on, we were covering the allegations and lawsuit that was been filed against Destiny, the streamer Destiny, Stephen Bennell II, who is being sued by a kind of like what we call an orbiter. And chat, if you don't know what an orbiter is, it's basically a creator who is a smaller creator who interacts frequently with a larger creator. And so they kind of build their audience and their network because they make related content and they're friends with a bigger creator. And it helps. It's one of the best ways, you know, it's networking. It's one of the best ways for a smaller creator to become a big creator is by networking with larger streamers and, you know, getting access to their audience who is probably already pre-vetted for being interested in their type of content, right? Like
And
if you want to be a political streamer,
Twitch.
Say again?
You kind of have to on Twitch simply because Twitch is like discoverability is trash. So you grow through, you know, knowing and meeting other people and getting exposed to their audiences consistently.
By the way, I don't know that that is a fixable thing. Like, I'm going to say something very, very controversial. I don't know that Twitch can fix the discoverability issue with streaming. Because it's like, streaming is about a long form, you know, content creation process, right? You have to really sit there. And the idea that I'm going to just invest hours into any random content creator is very questionable, right? And it's like, what makes you want to invest in someone? It kind of makes sense for you to have that a little bit filtered, right? A little bit like, oh, I'm somebody you like. You should check out. You should take a chance with this person. Right?
Yeah, I like that way better than the kind of algorithmic sorting that you get on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and everywhere else, at least in theory. Because then you're like, you're finding new sources of information from people who you trust. Whereas, you know, on YouTube and TikTok and everywhere else, it's just like, here's a thing that we think you might like based on your previous history. It could be, you know, just somebody else playing video games, or it could be a Nazi. Like that's just not a great way to do things. And also it leads to people devaluing the idea of where they get their information because it's just being served to them. They don't think about who provided them with that like connection. They don't, you know, that's just not even a calculation you make. Whereas I think that in a better and more sane world, we would be putting a lot more thought into that. We would be actively seeking out information we think is good and trying to figure out, okay, who can I trust on this? Why is this potentially bad faith? So on and so forth.
Yeah, and so yeah, discoverability as a problem, and like there's some ideas of like, well, you could use short form content to attract people to your long form content, and my response to that is, of course, that makes perfect sense, but you're incentivizing people to make short term clippable content. Like, you see what I mean? Like, those are different skills. Making short term content is a different skill than making long term content. They're related, absolutely, and you could probably figure out the one if you're good at the other, but not always. And like streaming is about the long form thing. So, you know, the networking thing and kind of and that's related to parasociality, right? Because you trust the streamer. And so when they recommend somebody, you know, you're kind of, they're taking advantage of that trust, right? To get you to watch someone else or vice versa, right? And so the allegation with Destiny of parasocialism is, you know, there's this tremendous power imbalance. You know, when you have an audience like I do, and you have thousands of subscribers, and you've got, you know, tens of thousands of followers on this platform, that is worth a lot of money. That is worth a lot. That is a career. I am now independent, have to ever work for anyone again, as long as I have this stream. Like, and that's a level of freedom that you don't often get in this society. And so being an influencer, being a creator is incredibly attractive to most people because of that freedom and that security that you can build, right? And so a lot of people who want to be content creators, they're very inclined to kiss up to you, right? And you could create an environment of exploitation. And so we've seen that. Do you have any thoughts on whether or not this is something that we need to talk about more as a society, or we need to create certain, like, I don't know if laws are right or regulations are right or just policies, but like this has been something that's been a problem for a long time for parasocials, ever since we've had mass media, right? We've had celebrities and we have parasocial relationships, and the concept of a groupie, or the concept of somebody who, you know, is a fan of yours and you take advantage of that to take their money or have a sexual encounter that they wouldn't have with a stranger, right? And it's because they've got an invented persona that they've attached to, and they think it's you, and you take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do we handle that? You know,
how do we handle it?
It's a very big and open question. I think that, you know, on a social level, taking advantage of somebody who's like a fan of yours, or like bringing them into your circle, and then, like, you know, turning it into something that's like romantic or sexual or whatever, should just be disqualifying. I think that if we collectively hear about a creator doing that, that should just be like, nah, you're on the shit list now. Like, I think that if you are someone with a big audience, you can't engage with that stuff. You got to create a firewall. You've got to be apart from it, because there's no way that the person on the other side of that fence can come in uncompromised. They are not going to be playing with the same, deck of cards as you. They're not going to have the same amount of power. It is a massive power imbalance. No matter how upstanding you are as a human being, you probably can't navigate that in a way where you won't in some way or another take advantage of them or harm them. Just don't fucking do it. But of course, people are people. They're going to be tempted. And like at that point, who meets out accountability? That's the hard part. Because like, unless we have consistent systems of accountability here, then there will always be people taking advantage of this power imbalance. But we can't leave it in the hands of the platforms. They suck at this, and they increasingly don't care,
everything,
as evidenced by the recent actions of Elon Musk and of Mark Zuckerberg and so on. We can't really leave it in the hands of the community and the populace, because they will be inconsistent, and like there will always be people who say like, well, I don't want accountability, or I don't want this creator to be accountable, because if I ever become successful, then they'll hold me accountable, and I hate that idea. Government is too slow. At least our government has proven to be. I think a better government could handle this, but we don't have that. So it's really hard. Like, I don't think there's a good answer right now, and I wish there was. I think that for the moment, because communities on the internet are so atomized, because like you have your community and they have one set of expectations, whereas like Asmongold or Destinies or Ethan's or whatever would have a totally different set of expectations. The best you can do is like within community policing. So, your community holds you accountable, they hold themselves accountable, and so on. And like you as the kind of figurehead of that community has to be really like on about all of this, has to be kind of ensuring that people stick to their guns, that they don't step out of line, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, that brings us to one of the subjects of your book. I hate to get spicy with you, but Keffals. Okay, like you have Keffals as one of the creators, and like I think when you started writing the book, I probably had the same. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know how you cover her, but I probably had the same expectations as you did. I knew Keffals because as a prominent left winger on Twitter, I made relationships, and I had mutual followings with larger left wing posters on there. For me, my introduction to Keffals came from a creator called Liv Agar. That's a podcast. QAnon Anonymous. She's a part-time streamer on Twitch.
She's great. She's really funny.
I think of Liv Agar as probably one of the most intelligent people that uses Twitch. High praise. I really like Liv. Very funny. I think she's pursuing a PhD in philosophy or something right now. I'm not quite sure, but she's one of those people. And she has a podcast, QAnon Anonymous. So I became familiar with Keffals, and she was like a strong, hard left politically. And I'm always trying to encourage more and more people like that to exist on this platform. And the thing with Keffals is she kind of seems to have done some of the stuff that you're talking about, right? And she was originally harassed by a famous, doxing website. We don't even really need to name it, right? And she set up a stop this website effort, and she raised a bunch of money for that. She accused and she said she was going to pursue this, this
legal actions
against
London police.
Against police for
for dead naming her and otherwise treating her poorly while she was in their hands.
But I don't know, I'm not trying to say these. I've just heard that she has kind of appropriated the money not for the purpose of the legal fees that people were legitimately donating to. What is your angle on Keffals? What do you think about like the way her content has evolved? I think she's kind of withdrawn from the internet. Isn't that right?
Yeah, she's pretty much disappeared off the internet. So it was interesting because and I like this about the way that writing the book unfolded, because it took multiple years. And so when I first talked to Keffals for the purpose of the book, it was like when all the Kiwi Farm stuff was happening, when she was in the midst of it, when she was still theoretically like on the run or like bouncing between countries.
Right.
It was kind of toward the end of that period of time. So she was at TwitchCon. And, you know, I interviewed her and all the people she'd been working with during like the Drop Kiwi Farms effort. And, you know, it all seemed like a pretty straightforward story of somebody who decided to take this moment of being harassed and turn it into something more productive.
Which is really awesome, by the way.
Getting Kiwi Farms off the internet. Yeah.
And everybody supported
I think that was a and I think that was a valiant and worthwhile effort, even if Kiwi Farms more or less managed to survive it, because, you know, you can always find a new web hosting provider if you really look hard enough.
Right.
But, you know, over time, her approach to things changed, and more about her and her past came to light. And like, I think that some of her worst instincts, that being like her combativeness, was compounded by being in the spotlight and being a content creator, where like drama thrives. And the way to get an audience, or to sustain an audience, especially after you've had this big moment, but then things have kind of gone back to normal, is to get in all these fights and, you know, say all this incendiary shit.
Foolish.
And
doesn't work.
Yeah. And like do all this contrarian shit, for example, like start hanging out with Destiny, you know, all of that. And so she succumbed to all of these like really bad instincts, and also like revealed over time that she had embellished certain elements of like her various stories. And I think that like she was doing a lot of that in service of, especially with Kiwi Farms, in service of like what she saw to be a greater good, but it still wasn't smart. It still wasn't the right thing to do in that moment. And then, you know, she had her stint in rehab after like, which again, it's hard to kind of decouple a lot of these things, because I think it'd be easy to tell a story of Keffals is good or Keffals is bad, when neither of these is really true. She's just an incredibly flawed person who got a big spotlight. And so like you look at some of the dishonesty and you're like, well, that sucks. She's bad. And then you look at, you know, her falling into drug addiction because of the stress of being harassed by people day in and day out.
Yeah, relapsing.
That's like really sad. That's like a very sympathetic story. That's like, I hope this person gets help and gets better.
Yeah.
And so I think the kind of, that's sort of the needle I tried to thread of just like, here are all these things that happened. Here is who this person is, both as a result of these things, and here's the ways that she kind of brought some of this on herself, but certainly not all of it. And like by the end, you know, I've got a number of quotes from her in there of her being like, yeah, I fucked up and I'm sorry. And like, you know, trying to do better, trying to make content that just like appeals to me and so on. And then as for kind of the legalities, you know, people were really skeptical about whether or not she was going to pursue action against the police force that swatted her. I talked to her lawyer. I talked to her about it. They did like file something. They said that basically the system in Canada is super backed up, and it takes literal years for courts to get to any of this.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to end up winning in the context of politics now.
Yeah, I did go through all of the like, because you can search all these records publicly. And so I went through, and sure enough, like most of the cases that court is hearing now, or like that tribunal, it's not a court, is hearing in this day and age are from like 4 or 5 years ago. Like it is really super fucking backed up. So, I mean, you know, she filed a thing, and then that's kind of where it sits for now. Did the money that she got from the GoFundMe directly contribute to that? Hard to say, because a lot of that money also, like, you know, I think she spent it during the time period immediately following her getting arrested, which unto itself is like, okay, well, why did you need that money if they returned your digital devices
exactly
right after you know it? Like, it's complicated, but then at the same time, like, yeah, if you're being
misappropriated
harassed,
funds is probably you know, something that maybe need to be looked into. And I think
but also like if you're being harassed and like, you know, theoretically digitally chased across the world by a bunch of shitheads, you probably need to have a little extra money on hand. And like Keffals made what, like her GoFundMe got up to a little over 100K. This is not in any way trying to like denigrate people's arguments against what she did, but like 100K is not that much.
It's a lot, but it's not.
I would love to have
much.
100K.
Yeah,
I'd love to be making that much per year. Parenthetical aside, I'm super not. I'm making so much less money.
Well, it depends on
than
how
that.
many people buy the book, Nathan. You know, if more people buy the book, you know, maybe you can.
If you want to peek behind the curtain, authors don't make any money off royalties anymore.
Oh, is that real?
It's all
Is
in your
that right?
advance.
Oh,
Even
really?
like really success, because you've got to sell through your advance to start making money off of royalties.
Right.
And so they make your advance just big enough that you're never going to get through it. But
Well, that's
an
nice that
advance
you're
is
getting
still
it
like,
up front at least.
yeah, sort of. Well, you get a part of it when you get the deal, another part when you turn in the finalized manuscript, and then another part when the book comes out. So they spread it out such that you're basically like, most authors are not making minimum wage relative to the hours that they're putting into the book.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can help you get through it.
That would be wonderful. If anyone wants to buy the book after listening to that impassioned plea to give me money, then by all means.
Yeah, no, definitely do. And I think that was a very fair and balanced and truthful, and my perspective, honestly, Nathan. And you know, I personally disengaged from her when I saw kind of some really unhealthy and dangerous behaviors.
Yeah.
Because I think that's my responsibility as a content creator, is to show compassion and empathy for people, but also kind of protect and steer my audience away from people that I don't
absolutely.
think
I
are
think it's your
handling.
number one responsibility.
Yeah, and to go back to the other thing you were saying about parasocial relationships, I have that self-imposed, policy of avoiding taking advantage of my audience members. It's not to say I've never made friends with people that became fans of mine, but I always approach it with that very strong perspective of the power that I have and the trust that I have, and try to treat them as equals all the way, and never ever exploit that advantage. And I find the idea of doing that to be morally reprehensible, but I also understand that a lot of people, my personal moral beliefs are not going to make this country or society better in and of themselves. I have to create and push for a more collective approach. And that brings me to like some of the other creators. I don't know how much more time you want to go on. I'm happy to keep talking. I'm
we
chilling.
can go for a little bit longer. I've got to go do Aftermath's stream and podcast at 4, or sorry, wait, let me transpose this, at 1 p.m. Your time.
Yeah,
But
why don't we go for like 20 more, and then you have a nice gap there. So that brings me to like Amaranth. I wanted to ask you a little bit about Amaranth as a creator. What was your maybe there's some like highlights or some something that you will talk about, which is like the interplay between like sex work and like more mainstream platforms like Twitch, right? Because like Twitch is not a sex site. It's not a site for sexual content. It is, however, there are sex workers that use Twitch and have built up communities that do consume some content on other websites that they're associated with. So what was your perspective of like Amaranth and her view towards streaming in general?
Yeah. So something that I go into in that chapter is that the earliest kind of efforts in what is now considered live streaming, the building blocks of what became live streaming, a lot of that was rooted in sex work or sex work adjacent activities. The person who's generally considered to be or credited with like, doing the first thing that resembled live streaming, where it was basically like a college student. She had a webcam in her dorm room that would photograph her every 15 seconds or so and like upload that. One of the things that she did increasingly within that is like, she would, either not have clothes on in that scenario or like have sex. So there's always been like a component of sex adjacent activities to live streaming, and like sex workers have used it a lot over the years. And so then you get into this murky territory where some of them use Twitch to engage with their audiences and to perform, somewhat risque behaviors, although usually trying to be within the terms of service. And Twitch sort of like has to play this weird game with them where they're like, okay, you're good. Nope, too far. Never mind. Now we're going to ban or suspend you. Now we're going to implement new rules to preclude you from doing this. And like, on one hand, I understand why Twitch approaches things that way, because, they want to keep their advertisers. They want to do all of these things that a like bigger, more mainstream company would do. But on the other hand, like, this is to an extent, like what they are using, the technology, the ideas, are things that sex workers helped build. And so it is kind of unfair, at the very least, that they are now, shunted out the back door. And I think it makes sense again. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah. If I could just jump in, I honestly think this is where Twitch makes the most mistakes, because it's just like, obviously, I do think that we don't want to make this a pornographic website. And what is porn? You know it when you see it. It's hard. It's not a firm. There isn't a firm distinction between something that's risque and porn. There's probably a line, right? But there's a gradient there. And then there's like hardcore pornography, and then there's like softcore pornography. There's nudity, but then there's some nudity that isn't sexual, right?
Right.
It's
Which
so,
this is the thing that Twitch is always grappling with is like, you know, what counts as nudity that's sexual versus not. Like you can do body painting on Twitch. That's not sexual. But then you could have somebody who is wearing comparatively more than a body painter. But like if they're in the wrong context, if they're in, you know, like some room in their house instead of out at the swimming pool or something, then that's too sexual and they get in trouble. Or like they're wearing the wrong cosplay or whatever. Like Twitch makes their terms of service really
have
vague
sex in them now.
on purpose. Right.
You know, there's
and like a lot of those
games. You know,
yeah,
like,
if you play The Witcher on stream and there's a sex scene, you're fine. But if you, you know, simulate any act of sex in real life, you are so banned on this platform that you will never come back.
So yeah, I mean, and what we're really talking about is the concepts of like, and this is where it gets interesting for me from a political perspective. Like, you know, politics covers all aspects of human endeavor, and when we talk about like what is pornography, what is obscenity, what is artistic value, you know, these are very weighty, difficult questions to answer. And I feel like my main objection to Twitch is they're way too involved in answering the question. You know, I think there is kind of like a fear of an advertiser backlash. There's a fear of a community backlash, and they kind of feed into it. They create the environment of, we're accepting your opinion on whether this thing is a violation of terms of service. So come yell at us and tell us that, oh no, she's projecting her Fortnite gameplay on her butt, you know, but she's wearing tight pants. And it's like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You know, this is not just porn. Funny. This is okay, it's risque. Okay, there's a sexual element, but shut the fuck up. You know, and I think that's part of what hurts Twitch, actually, because other platforms like, say, for example, YouTube or TikTok don't do that. You know, they ban people who do sex, they ban porn. But if somebody is, you know, for the longest time on Twitch, twerking was banned. Twerking was banned. One of the most common forms of dancing in America. You go to any club and in the world is somebody fucking twerking. And you know what caused twerking to get unbanned on Twitch? Do you actually know?
I don't think I do.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I said I don't think I do.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, Nicki Minaj was invited to Kai Cenat's stream. And it's like, of course you want Nicki Minaj on Twitch.
Yeah,
but then you're gonna ban them in the middle of her twerking for her dad. Like, you know what I mean? It's absurd. It's an absurd stupidity. And yet Twitch allowed themselves to be maneuvered in this. And whereas, you know, TikTok, part of the reason why TikTok grew is they were a bunch of women dancing. You know what I mean? Like, that's part of what people liked, is women were in, you know, yoga pants dancing to music. Who gives a shit?
Right.
Like, who gives a shit? And yet we have this, you know, so somebody like Amaranth, you know, actually what makes her funny is she's a very intelligent woman and a very thoughtful person. And she kind of uses the restrictions as intellectual and artistic.
She gets really creative with it.
Get creative on how I can bend the rules.
Yeah. And this is like this is the funny part of all of this, is that, you know, without Twitch's really arbitrary restrictions, we wouldn't have gotten some of this creativity.
Exactly.
And so like there are pros and cons to that as well. But I do agree with you broadly. Like, we don't really need Twitch overseeing every element of this. And also they're just bad at it. Like, they've proven to be bad at it time and time again, in part because these are really hard questions to answer. After a certain point, again, I think that you kind of let the community figure itself out. But, you know, Twitch, I think, as a company has always been, well, Twitch has been really bad at communicating, but they try to be present, in part because Twitch emerged from being a really community-focused company back when it first launched, like way back in fucking 2011. You know, most of their employees were people they hired who like were streamers, who came out of the community, or who were like esports people and all of that. Yeah. And so there's always been this expectation on Twitch from creators to be like part of everything, to, you know, make sure that people are behaving the right way. Like, hey, if this person says something wrong, ban them. Or to like be present at events, and all these ways that like you don't see the same expectation placed on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or whatever.
Would you
like,
even
they are
want that?
Faceless behemoths. No, definitely not.
I think part of the only
reason Twitch can even still do any of this, and they're struggling now in a big way with it, is because Twitch is a comparatively smaller and more niche platform. And so like it's just not quite at like it's not at YouTube scale or anything even resembling it. But even at its current scale, like, you know, take for example the partner program that grew out of a time period when Twitch was orders of magnitude smaller, and so they could like assign partner managers to every partnered streamer. Now that's impossible. Now the partner program makes no sense as a thing that exists. It has no real features. Most partners are like, yeah, I just have a title next to my name
Well, it
now,
depends,
and like I get nothing else.
Like I, for example, am somebody who is like basically the same as it used to be. You know, I have account managers. I have you know things like that because again, it's based on your it's a
based on your
performance-based
viewership
thing, and
Yeah,
it's like, am I really the same thing as somebody who has 70 viewers? And it's like,
no, absolutely not.
Exactly.
You're not even remotely the same thing. But point being is like for a long time, Twitch was able to be to an extent authentically community focused and actually, you know, talk directly to people. And now they're trying to do a version of that at a much larger scale that doesn't work and can't work unless you hire like, you know, tens of thousands of people, which Twitch is obviously not interested in doing anymore, as evidenced by the fact that they're instead laying everyone off and trying to cut costs wherever possible to finally turn a profit. So they have all of these goals that are at odds with each other, which results in, you know, a number of problems up to and including their inability to consistently or effectively moderate things like sexual content.
Yeah, and you know, I've in my discussions with various Twitch, you know, leadership, I always say to them like, the best thing you could do is to recede into the background more, and you can and just be less accessible. And you know, listen, I want you to keep the platform safe, but I've always counseled them like, just go away. Stop responding to LSF threads. You know, a 2000 upvoted post on Reddit doesn't fucking matter. You've got millions and millions of viewers. It doesn't. Stop responding to it. Stop making policy according to what somebody says, because there's a certain
the people who get loudest, which is always the problem. Is like if you're talking about community, what is the community? Who represents it? What are the voices that are credible versus what is noise? And I think that Twitch's approach often is just whatever becomes the loudest is, you know, the prevailing mentality or the thing that we should base our decisions on. And it's like, no, that's actually a really bad way to govern your platform. I think that Twitch's problem right now, especially, is that it just doesn't have much of a vision. It's pretty reactive, and it always has been. But especially now, like under Dan Clancy, they're just kind of like, and I don't think this is entirely Twitch itself's problem. I think it's also Amazon, again, laying tons of people off and kind of leaving them in this keep the lights on state. But that does feel like most of what they're doing. I mean, I agree to an extent, but I think that, you know, if they're not making anything, if they're not really improving the platform in any particular way, beyond like guest star, which nobody fucking uses, then it will languish and people will slowly leave and it will slowly die. You got to be doing something. You can't just keep the lights on.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I have you know, my grappling with Twitch is there is this kind of like big fish small pond mentality with a lot of the biggest creators. So some of the most profitable people, and even people who are not even on Twitch, this is kind of like a fascinating thing, and I want your thoughts on it. Like YouTubers commenting about Twitch TOS is like one of the most fascinating phenomenons that I see. And it's like, well, YouTube has way more worse and like rule breaking content than Twitch will ever have, as far as even sexual content or, you know, risque content or like problematic political extremism, racism, you know, fake news, you know, stolen content. Like anything you could complain about Twitch is true of YouTube by a quadrillion. But yet there is this kind of like community of YouTubers that talk about Twitch TOS violations. And I'm just like, log in your own eye. You know what I mean? Before, you know, like what's going on here? And I mean, I think, you know, somebody like Ethan Klein is a perfect example, right? Like, you know, you have people that are permanently banned on Twitch who make content on YouTube that is anti-Semitic, and yet he's going over here to try to criticize pro-Palestinian creators. And it kind of creates this, and it's like, why does the community tolerate this kind of shit? Like, fuck these people.
And it creates this illusion of like an outsized problem in one place when the actual, you know, the foundations of that problem exist in the other place, like to a much greater degree.
Correct.
But
like,
also,
yeah,
I think that people have a lot of problem understanding scope or understanding the scale of things. Like, you know, if you tell them, like, let's see, so Twitch, right, like 250 million users, I think is the number. Twitch viewers, something like that. Anyway, YouTube viewership, let's just check that number really fast, because it's like well over 1 billion, right? It's like 2 billion people, I think, use
I think
YouTube.
Twitch is like 20% size of YouTube or something like that.
I mean, if even, like, these things are incomparable in their size.
No, I think Twitch has like 20-something% knowledge in the country, or like people that use it or something.
Right.
You know,
but people hear two big numbers, one in the 100 millions, another in the billions, and think, oh yeah, they're both like about the same size. And it's like, no, they really aren't. And one of these things is governed in one way, and the other is governed in a completely different, far more hands-off way. Yeah. So like, you know, people are really bad at keeping these ideas in perspective, which allows somebody like Ethan to thrive when he's saying like, Twitch is so anti-Semitic. That's the locus of this problem. And it's like, no, it really, really isn't.
Ridiculous. Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you would like to draw our attention to? And then you can, and then also, you know, or shill or plug. We have your thing linked to the chat. Mods, if I could get a big spam of that would be nice.
Okay. Call me Shilliam Shakespeare for what I'm about to do. So first of all, check out and buy the book, which there's a link in chat right now. It's called Stream Big: the triumphs and turmoils of Twitch and the stars behind the screen. Sorry, I always, because it's like a double T title. So I'm like, what is the name of my book again? It's terrible. Anyway, and then also, if you like what you heard today, or just, you know, what I've had to say in general, I am one of the founders of a website called Aftermath. We cover video games and internet culture, and we are fully worker owned and reader supported. You know, if you want video games with a side helping of leftism, check us out. And if you really like what you see, consider subscribing. That is how we make all our money. We have absolutely, also there's somebody in chat called In the Aftermath who just said, whoa. But yeah, subscriptions are how we make all our money. We don't have any ads. We don't do any deals because we feel like that muddies the waters too much. So yeah, check it out.
True
Otherwise,
ethics in video game journalism. You love to see it.
Yeah,
Nathan Grayson, famous for his ethics. All right,
and then you can also find me on Blue Sky at Nathan Grayson, and Twitter at VAHN16. But Twitter sucks now, so go follow me on Blue Sky
Twitter.
instead.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Nathan. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed the conversation. I hope we gave your book enough of attention that it deserves, and I hope everyone goes out to buy it. You glazed it like you glazed Hassan. So. Okay, dude. Don't even like. Honestly, I will find you at the next TwitchCon, and I will teach you respect. No, I'm kidding. All right, everybody. Thank you, Nathan. Have a good one, and I'll see you all soon.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Later.
See ya.
Yep.
All right, chat. Thank you so much to Nathan for coming on. And I enjoyed that quite a bit. I have got to pee. So I'm going to call the stream right there. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. Really do appreciate it. I'm sending you over to the weirdest streamer on Twitch, Vio. The weirdest streamer on Twitch. That's honestly that's true. It's just true. All right, everybody. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever. That's how socialism will win. I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you, Nathan. Buy his book. All right, everybody. Peace out. See you tomorrow.